All right, good evening. We will now call the March 18th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Burt? Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Here.
Councilmember Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka? Vice Mayor Stone? Vice Mayor Lowing, excuse me.
Here.
For the record, 6 present. Thank you. Oh. Councilmember Tanaka? I will hear you. He's here. Thank you. For the record, all present.
Great, thank you. And our first item, a special orders of the day, a proclamation welcoming exchange students and chaperones from our sister city, Sachiura, from Japan. And I have the distinct honor of being able to welcome our exchange students and all the oh, sorry, I forgot my official welcome was, I hope I pronounced it right, Yokoso. Did I say it? All right. Yes. Great. Thank you. But I had the honor of being able to welcome all of our students and their chaperones, as well as a big thank you to our Palo Alto families and students who were able to welcome and put up our exchange students here in Palo Alto for the week. So I will read the proclamation. See, whereas the exchange program between middle schools is the foundation of the sister city relationship to promote international and intercultural understanding, and whereas Palo Alto and Sachiura have engaged their middle school students and their families in cultural and educational exchanges, and whereas the opportunity to host Sachiura students here and send Palo Alto students to Sachiura, Japan, has proven to be mutually beneficial, and whereas the city of Palo Alto thanks the city of Sachiura for their warm hospitality extended to Palo Alto students since 1995. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the city of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, hereby express our heartfelt welcome to Sachiura chaperones, Mr. So Karada, Ms. Haruko Isanishi, and Ms. Masumi Saiko, and 14 Sachiura students, Reina Kawamura, Hanoi Suzuki, Yuna Nakaya, Mao Fujiwara, Chiaru Kusama, Akiho Sawamura, Yui Kawauchi, Mei Watanabe, Asuka Kawada, Yuna Fukuda, Runa Matsumoto, Rinka Taya, Katono Akiba, and Ryo Oya. Further, we recognize with pride our own students, 17 strong, as student ambassadors of the city of Palo Alto. Fiona Bacoltz, Julia Nee, Isabella Paglia, Nika Ploesser, Kai Russell, Jane Hahn, Juliette Mermod, Dia Contractor, Luna Hahn, Swan Palek Vajor, Emmy Globus, Siwan Claire Huang, Isabella Wang, Arya Agarwal, Nathan Wong, Benjamin Rosen, and Jianting Liu, presented today, March 18th, 2024. So congratulations, everyone, for being here, making the long journey, and for our Palo Alto students and your families' wonderful hospitality. It's really a pleasure to be able to have you here in the city of Palo Alto. And I'm really looking forward to, in just a few weeks, coming out to Sachiura myself and being able to visit you and learning more about your beautiful city, country, and culture. So thank you. Great, and now I'd like to invite Sarah Burgess, the president of Neighbors Abroad, to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stone and members of council. It is with extreme pleasure that we're here tonight. This is the 30th year that we have had an exchange with Sachiura, Japan, out of our schools in the city of Palo Alto, and of the 15th anniversary of our sister city relationship with Sachiura. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, the full exchange was paused. And while we sent students over last summer, this is the first year since 2019 that we've been able to have a full exchange. And what an exchange it is. Here we are with 14 students who've come from Japan and 16 students who are going over and one additional family who's been wonderfully hosting here. So it is just with great pleasure that I thank both the city of Sashura and our host families and chaperones who are here with the kids today and our students. And I would like to also introduce Mr. So Karata, who is with the city of Sashura, the International Exchange Division, who'd like to give a greeting. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am So Karata. On behalf of the delegation from Tsuchiura City, I'd like to say a few words. Thank you very much hosting 14 junior high school students and chaperones from Tsuchiura City. And we are all very honored to be here. We are here in Palo Alto, where student exchange program started in 1993. As you know, due to the COVID-19, this in-person exchange had been suspended since our visit in 2019. Gradually, we were able to resume the program in 2023. Last April, we could invite Christopher Cummings, the local of Palo Alto, as a guest runner of our marathon. Also, in June, 10 middle school students from Palo Alto come to Tsuchiura to build a friendship and learn our culture by homestay. And finally, we are here in Palo Alto as well. This program wouldn't not have made it without the hard work of neighbors abroad members over the years, especially Evelyn Shimataki, the vice president, and Jennifer Buenrostro, the former vice president. They have contributed enormously to continue this youth program. Here, we express our respect and gratitude to them. We are delighted that our sister city relationship celebrates its 15th anniversary this year. Our friendship has been nurtured by the support of many people. We have overcome challenging matters such as differences of culture and language by respecting and caring for each other's backgrounds. Our friendship is priceless. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to the mayor, Gerstone, and Sarah Burgess, the president of Neighbors Abroad, and all those who have been working so hard to continue our friendship. I sincerely hope that this exchange program will be passed on to the younger generation and that our tie will continue to grow in the future. Before I close my words, I'd like to show all of you our appreciation again for having us here. ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
And arigato, Mr. Karata. I'll come down and give you the proclamation. All right, we'll now move on to our first closed session. We also have another closed session at the end of our action items this evening, but for our first closed session, item 2, public employee performance evaluation regarding the city manager mid-year check-in. Guess we'll open it up to public comment.
Our first speaker is Liz G.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council. I'm standing here with my doggie and I'm thinking about the quality of life for those who earn $50,000 or less, which is 75% of Californians right now. In Palo Alto, you can imagine earning $50,000 or less a year is trying. The quality of our life, especially since COVID, has been reduced numerically. It's almost been a nosedive. There are many hardworking families who earn low wages in this town. I would like to speak to this closed session meeting for giving our city manager yet another raise. I would like a raise. I would like to climb out of poverty. City council is on to get a raise based on minimum wages. And I would just like to say this about Ed. A few years ago during the pandemic, it was egregious that he had a curfew on a curfew. There was a pandemic emergency curfew. I was in Molly Stone's one evening. They gave the announcement to close. 15 minutes later, they gave another announcement as a citywide emergency was put in place because of Black Lives Matter march that was supposedly heading towards Stanford Mall and Mark Zuckerberg's house. I could not get food that evening for my children because we were rushed out of the store after already waiting in line to get into the store to shop. I would also like to say that Mr. Shikata has never designated our low-income residents, which is Mayfield Place, 2500 El Camino Real. We do not have a designation. We do not know that we're Stanford Research Park. We don't know that we're City of Palo Alto. We don't know what neighborhood schools we're supposed to go to. We don't get to join a neighborhood association. This is a 100% for-profit, 100% tax credit building worth $25 million that does actually pay $1,000 a year taxes to the city. Ed Shikata was directed by Mr. Burt to designate us. I still have not heard from him in over 2 years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, I have to say and apologize in advance, extremely exhausted from trying to get out the word to stop the genocide in Gaza. But here tonight, that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about Ed Shikata. I call him Shikata, one boondoggle after another. His portfolio, as you know, as project cost overruns, including the not so public safety building, which, as you know, is at least a year late and hundreds of $1,000s over cost overruns included. He's not managed that the way it should be. He had the selection of the police chief behind closed doors, and his failure to lead the city in completing a housing element has led to what? The builder's remedy run amok, and I've given you, I've said, Ed, on that, I want to praise you because you're bringing in more low income housing by not having put a good team together on the housing element than anybody in the history of the city. So kudos to that. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. And again, what you all saw, I sent you the 8-page public records request, the materials that I got from the city. And it turns out that, it's absolutely bizarre, but Shikata worked on a deal to come up with some new restrictions on what we can bring into city council chambers by way of signage and symbolic material with a very powerful member of the Jewish community. I don't know for sure whether he's a Zionist, but everything I've got circumstantially suggests that's a birthright Israel guy, wants everything. He's an Israel first character. And what does Shikata do when it comes to saying, we're going to take what happened at a non-city council meeting, no nexus? And I'm referring to the congressional debate on the 31st of January, where there were some Palestinian resistors there and members of the Arab community that resisted the outrage that's going on. And you all call it a disruption, whatever you want to phrase it. Everybody's got their perspective on this. But the point is, and I had a long conversation back and forth with Adam Dawes on this. He doesn't agree with me on most points, but I do believe that he doesn't think the process was right. And what does Ed Shikata do? One more closed door meeting with Alan Crystal, the powerful Jewish member of the community, and they work out restrictions that there's no nexus to. But like I said, between what happened in the congressional debate, I've never seen those kind of disruptions or resistance outcries at a city council meeting. Yet Ed Shikata met with him apparently alone, without members of the Arab community, without members of the community at large. It should have been an agendized item. Please, let's fire this Ed. No transparency, Shikata. Let's get rid of him now.
That concludes public comment on closed session item 2.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. No discussion. Great. The clerk can call the roll. Call the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Closed session is scheduled to be an hour, but again, that's an estimate. See you soon. All right, we're coming out of closed session. We have nothing to report. We'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
Well, this may actually take a minute, given that we've had a number of changes to the agenda and all of which have been reflected in the most recent published agenda. But again, just for public awareness, in case they got an early version. The action items this evening will include the priority objectives discussion that was deferred from last week, as well as the council discussion of a recommendation from the Policy and Services Committee regarding a potential charter amendment on council member compensation. And then the council will go back into closed session on a litigation or potential litigation matter regarding Hamilton and High, and discussion regarding real property negotiations Cubberly. Those are the only changes for this evening. That said, Mayor, I believe the city clerk needs to make an announcement regarding our YouTube broadcast that has apparently been having some technical difficulties.
Thank you. We are in the process of troubleshooting our YouTube stream queue. We've heard that there's been some delay in remote speakers hearing the audio. So just would recommend any members of the public, if they wish to participate virtually, we would recommend viewers switch to Zoom. On the screen projected, if you wish to speak on an item or just view the meeting, you can join the meeting via Zoom at https://zoom.us/join. The Zoom meeting ID is 362-027-238. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and City Manager. All right, move on to public comment. At this point, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
One moment, just calculating. Including the group speakers, we have a total of 58 speakers, 59.
Okay, thank you. Well, given we are definitely behind schedule with a very full agenda with that many speakers, we'll limit the groups to 5 minutes each and individual speakers at 1 minute. If you'd like to speak, please submit a speaker card now, raise your hand on Zoom by the time I'm done, kind of going over some ground rules to make sure we're all aware of expectations, and then the city clerk will close off speakers after that. So first and most importantly, the city of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. Second, the First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. If a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room or until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is limited to your 1 minute of public comment. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. And we ask that you do not clap or make any verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. And finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. Please respect each other and respect the forum that we have created here for people to share their perspectives. And actually, one final thing, housekeeping wise, just to try to keep this as efficient as possible, the clerk will display a list of the names on the large screens. If you see that your name is coming up next, if you'd kindly kind of move down to where the podium is so we can kind of create a line there so we don't have to wait in between speakers. All right, then with that, we will begin. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Giora.
Hello, good evening. I am Giora Tarnopolsky, and I just broke your microphone. Okay, first slide, please.
1 moment.
Okay,
No, I paused this time. Sorry. 1 moment.
tell me when you're showing the slide, please.
Good to go.
Okay, thank you. This is the message I want to leave with you. A so-called ceasefire declaration will not promote peace, will not free a single hostage, will not dissuade Hamas from its goal of incinerating my relatives in Israel. However, that resolution, what it will do is to sow discord here in Palo Alto and damage a situation which is not so great to begin with. And I am asking a question which is not a rhetorical question. Why my synagogue in Palo Alto is behind iron fences and an armed guard, while other churches enjoy open campuses? I came to this building in 1981, 42 years ago, to report to the police department that the swastika had been scratched on my front door. Next slide. In September 1981, Ronald Reagan was president and Menachem Begin was Prime Minister of Israel visiting the White House. The Peninsula Times Tribune published an anti-Semitic cartoon portraying Menachem Begin, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, as a vile thief. I published a letter to the editor protesting the anti-Semitic cartoon. And next, I received violent hate mail, threatening physical violence, anonymously put in my home mailbox and also sent through the mails. Then I lived in the Green Gables, Duveneck neighborhood, as friendly an area as you can describe. And then someone came to my house and scratched a swastika on my front door. I'm asking you, what would you do if you had a young family next to the school your children attend, and someone came to your front door and scratched a swastika? Can that get any closer than burning a cross on your front lawn? I came into this building, to the police station right there, to report the attack. Assessing that the police were powerless to protect me and my family, I simply replaced the skinny glass panes at the entrance door of my home with shatterproof plexiglass sheets. Next slide, please. At the time, I prayed at Temple Beth Jacob in Redwood City. However, actually, we congregated at the first Congregational Church because Temple Beth Jacob had been burned to the ground on February 3rd, 1979, as the pictures show. It was never established if the fire was a hate crime or arson. However, Rabbi Teitelbaum had received a note 2 weeks earlier: "We will get you, we will get you." And now, next slide, please. Fast forward 42 years. My synagogue in Palo Alto is behind iron fences, access badges, and an armed guard. In Palo Alto, I am less than free to enjoy liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And I do not want to have to worry about my life, as Lori Gilbert Kay, the congregant who lost her life at the Chabad Synagogue in Poway, California, on April 27, 2019. It can happen here. I wish my synagogue were in an open campus, as other houses of worship in my neighborhood. This is why I am so apprehensive about what's going on in Palo Alto. And the question I ask you, why my synagogue is behind iron gratings, is not a rhetorical question. So I see that people come to these chambers, next slide, please, expressing views detached from facts and demanding a so-called ceasefire resolution that would ultimately support terrorism. All this while the terrorist organization Hamas, the army of Gaza, states that their goal is to destroy the state of Israel, rejects a ceasefire, proclaims that October 7 is the blueprint of their plans, and uses Gazan civilians as human shields while they themselves hide in tunnels. You have seen people in this chamber shouting that on October 7th there were no murders, no rapes, no genital mutilations, no kidnappings, all lies. Next slide, please. It is that absence of civility that concerns me as to what my life in Palo Alto would be as the discord progresses and the harmony in our city is destroyed. I have friends who think I'm endangering myself by coming here and addressing you openly. I am grateful that the City Council so far has taken no action that could turn my friends' concerns into prophecies. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mackenzie.
Good evening, Council. Today marks the 163rd day of Israel's genocide on Gaza. 32,000 Palestinians have been killed by the IDF. This is the equivalent of 9/11 happening 11 times. Of the 32,000 Palestinians killed by Israel, 13,000 of those are children. In 6 months, Israel has killed as many children as 675 Sandy Hook massacres combined. That is more than 4 Sandy Hook massacres a day for Palestinian children for the last 163 days. That is also equivalent to every single child in the Palo Alto school district being killed, plus an additional 600 children from a neighboring city. If one examines Israeli history, the current genocide in Gaza is actually not very surprising. Many seem to forget that long before Israel's most recent war on Gaza, Zionist Israeli discourse has always been one of racism, dehumanization, erasure, and occupation. Theodor Herzl, the founder of modern Zionism, stated, quote, "We shall try to spirit the penniless, i.e. Palestinian, population across the border by denying it employment in our country. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly." The first Israeli prime minister and prominent Zionist, Ben-Gurion, stated in a letter to his son, quote, "We must expel the Arabs and take their places. And if we have to use force, then we have force at our disposal." Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir said, quote, "Palestinians do not exist." Her successor, Levi Eshkol, said, quote, "What are Palestinians? When I came here to Palestine, there were 250,000 non-Jews." Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin called Palestinians, quote, "two-legged beasts." Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir said Palestinians were, quote, "grasshoppers who could be crushed." Eli Ben-Dahan, former Minister of Defense, stated that Palestinians, quote, "are like animals, they're not human." In the present day, Israeli President Isaac Herzog said, quote, "The rhetoric about civilians not being aware and not involved is absolutely not true. They are legitimate targets." Ariel Kalner, a member of the Israeli Knesset, explained Israel's goal behind the Gaza war. Right now, he stated, quote, "There is one goal, Nakba, a Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 1948. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant stated, quote, "We are fighting human animals and we will act accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, and no fuel. Everything is closed." When we examine this discourse from the 20th and 21st century Zionists, it is then not surprising that we are witnessing Israel starve, bomb, shoot, displace, and disable tens of thousands of Palestinians. We are currently watching as Israel forcibly denies food and medical aid from entering Gaza, shoots and kills Palestinians seeking airdropped aid, and bombs hospitals and refugee camps. My question then for this council is, what is the difference between a Palestinian life and an Israeli life? Mayor Stone, you have told us and the press that you will not consider a ceasefire resolution because it concerns international issues and is therefore not a Palo Alto concern. Why then did this council pass a proclamation concerning the international events of October 7th? When 1,300 Israelis were killed, this council produced official documentation within a week and a half condemning the attacks. Over the last 6 months, as 32,000 Palestinians have been massacred, this council has remained silent. Clearly, to this council, there is a difference between a Palestinian life and an Israeli life. Your prejudice is exposed and it is ugly. The Palo Alto City Council website states that Palo Alto, quote, is actively engaged in making a difference both locally and globally. Please act accordingly. Ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Deborah Lees, followed by Lenore.
Anawe. I would like to read the words of Theodor Herzl, the Austrian father of Zionism, who was atheist. Herzl clearly stated his determination to create a Jewish state in order to resolve the Jewish problem in Europe in the 30s. In his book, The Jewish State, on page 12, he debates on whether Argentina or Palestine would be the best location for this colonial project. And I quote, "Here two territories come under consideration, Palestine and Argentina. In both countries, important experiments in colonization have been made, though on the mistaken principle of a gradual infiltration of Jews. It continues till the inevitable moment that the native population feels itself threatened. Immigration is consequently futile until based on assured supremacy." On the same page, he states that choosing Palestine would attract colonizers with a force of marvelous potency. Let's be real. Israel is the Zionist colonial project. This is about colonizers and the indigenous. Conflating Zionism with Judaism is imperative to Israel's survival. Zionists attempt to justify the murder of tens of thousands of innocent people as a way to keep Jews safe, because if they said the truth, that they need to murder to steal land and colonize, nobody would support them. At every rally against genocide, I'm surrounded by hundreds of Jews sharing that they feel less safe having this genocide attached to Judaism. We march together with people of every faith, Jews, Muslims, Christians, atheists, appearing as a mirror of how Palestine used to be 75 years ago, coexisting in harmony before the British imperialist Balfour Mandate or Declaration resulting in the Zionist occupation. To be anti-Zionist is to be anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, anti-supremacist, anti-genocide, and anti-ecocide. The parallels between colonialism of Turtle Island here and Palestine are undeniable. The doctrine of discovery, the manifest destiny, the dehumanization, a land without people, a clear call for a genocide of non-humans, savages, animals, terrorists, and the supremacist entitlement to steal land as God's chosen people. In all these barbaric colonial projects, indigenous people are left to be refugees in their own land, placed in internment camps, reservations, starved, monitored, bullied, and incarcerated without charge. Historians said that Hitler was inspired by the US genocide of ethnic cleansing of 100 million indigenous people here, and that South Africa was inspired by the US racist Jim Crow and segregation laws. The US is both the blueprint and the bank for the Zionist colonial project called Israel. I don't know where we would be if the Zionist colonial project chose Argentina, but I do know that Palestine has woken up the world to the urgent need to dismantle this colonial land grab as it is speeding up the climate crisis. Genocide and ecocide are linked, not just with the killing of earth protectors and water protectors, but with the immense CO2 emissions and destruction of ecosystems. There has been more tons of bombs dropped on Gaza than any war in history. NASA has stated that Israel's bombardment on Gaza and now Lebanon is changing the earth, what it looks like from space. New research calculates that the carbon cost of rebuilding Gaza will generate at least 30 million metric tons of warming gases, higher emissions than 135 countries. Only colonialism would do this. Indigenous people do not bomb lands, burn or rip up trees, poison waters, or abuse and obliterate the earth. For Indigenous, see the land as relationship, not resources. Land requires reciprocity, regeneration, and rematriation. Colonizers know extractivism, capitalism on pillage and theft, resulting in pollution, ecosystem destruction, and ecocide. The 6-year timeline before climate collapse is shortening with this genocide. And unfortunately, US politicians comprising of mostly colonial settlers do not have the solutions for the younger generations and what they desperately need. Therefore, I suggest that the City Council create a think tank that includes Indigenous voices and leaders. With Palo Alto finances and Indigenous ingenuity, we can shift the focus away from weapons towards regenerative technology. Remember that it's all connected. There is no bunker, private island, moon colony that can save any person from the disastrous effects of losing our planet. And the only generational wealth worth leaving to our children and the next 7 generations is a healthy and vibrant ecosystem. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lenore, followed by Kashama.
Hello, okay. My name is Lenore Levav, and I'm a first-generation American living in Palo Alto since 2011. For months, members of our Palo Alto community have stood before you insisting that you do or don't pass a ceasefire resolution. When people are dying, it might seem curious that anyone right-minded would oppose a ceasefire resolution in a small city in California, thousands of miles away, especially because it would have no material effect on the war. So I'm here to shed light on why calling for a ceasefire resolution serves the interests of Hamas and its propaganda machine. As you know, Hamas is an Islamic fundamentalist terrorist group recognized as such by the US and its allies. Hamas is committed to violence, not peace. It is dedicated to the murder of Jews and the destruction of the state of Israel, which it wants to replace with an Islamic theocracy. It rejects the two-state solution and Israel's right to exist. Hamas's strategy is to commit brutal terrorist attacks in order to thwart any possibility of peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors. It did so in the 90s with a wave of suicide bombings after the Oslo peace accords, and it did so again on October 7th to derail Saudi Arabia from joining the Abraham Accords. Hamas is also an enemy of the Palestinian people, the very people they purport to represent. Its leaders are billionaires living in Qatar with money stolen from international aid. Since they took control of Gaza in 2007, the only thing Hamas built with billions of dollars of international aid is an underground tunnel system of over 500 kilometers intended solely for military purposes. They have cynically used their own people as human shields, positioning their tunnels and weapons among and underneath densely populated civilian centers. Hamas leaders are proud to sacrifice Palestinians as martyrs. And with all the difficulty in getting humanitarian aid into Gaza, there's mounting evidence that Hamas gunmen fire on Palestinians who try to access it, and were even filmed recently selling the humanitarian aid for profit in Gaza markets. Let's be clear, Hamas is also an enemy of the democratic liberal values that all of us here in Palo Alto hold so dear. In Hamas-controlled Gaza, there is no tolerance for anyone who is LGBTQ, torturing and killing those accused of the crime of being gay. In fact, LGBTQ Palestinians regularly seek asylum in Israel. In Hamas-controlled Gaza, there is no free press. If journalists don't follow Hamas's guidelines, they are harassed, arrested, or tortured. So how does Palo Alto calling for a ceasefire serve Hamas's interests? A call for ceasefire serves Hamas in 2 ways. First, it is tactical. A ceasefire would give Hamas an opportunity to retrench and rearm. Given Hamas's history of breaking every single ceasefire to date, most recently the ones on October 6th and again in November, a ceasefire would enable Hamas to try to destroy Israel again. Second, it's strategic. Calling for a ceasefire creates a public impression that somehow the ongoing war in Gaza was provoked and started by Israel. This deflection of blame by Hamas and its apologists abroad is intended to distract you from the fact that Hamas started this devastating war of death and destruction and has weaponized the resulting civilian casualties of its own people. Hamas wants people around the world to call for a ceasefire in the hopes that they will somehow forget that Hamas is in fact an Islamic fundamentalist organization whose stated goal is the death of all Jews and the destruction of the state of Israel. That's the problem with adopting a ceasefire resolution here in Palo Alto. It is just one more step, however well-intentioned, to entrench Hamas's power in Gaza. It can affect public opinion. It can be weaponized in our kids' education. It can eventually influence how our public officials remember the conflict. A city statement that reinforces the hold that Hamas has on its people is misguided. But if you feel compelled to weigh in on this conflict, weigh in on the side of the values we hold as a community, on the side of peace, call for a return of the hostages. call for the surrender of Hamas, and call for the mutual recognition of the right of both peoples, Israeli and Palestinian, to self-determination, each with a home of their own, with a real and sustainable peace in the region. Our hearts are bleeding these days, not just for what Hamas did to our people, but for what it has done to its own people. Both Palestinians and Israelis have suffered terrible losses since October 7th, and many in Palo Alto have lost family and friends. The situation in Israel and Gaza is horrific, but the blame for all the tragic deaths and devastation lies with the Islamic fundamentalists that have ruled Gaza for the last 17 years. It is difficult for all of us to watch and not cry out, and we should. We should cry out against Hamas.
Our next speaker is Kashama, followed by Jay.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to speak on a different topic. In 2017, Living Wisdom High School opened in direct response to the unprecedented levels of stress, anxiety, and despair many students feel in the larger educational landscape. Since then, we have been changing lives, bringing joy, bringing hope, and bringing success back into the lives of the students that we teach. Who are these young people? You'll hear from some of them shortly. They are bright, capable, intelligent, and remarkable teens who, after a very short time at Living Wisdom High School, are able to demonstrate their greatest capacity that in some cases was hidden or damaged in previous educational environments. Cubberley Community Center has been the sanctuary that has allowed Living Wisdom High School to take root and flourish these past 7 years, and we are so thankful for the partnership with the City of Palo Alto. Devastatingly, however, Living Wisdom is severely limited in our ability to serve students because of the space that we occupy in Cubberley. Currently, we rent one classroom and rent by the hour one additional classroom so that we can offer classes simultaneously to our students. The two adjacent rooms in Building K, where we reside, have been empty since the fall of 2020. Repeatedly, we have sought to work with the city to rent these rooms, and repeatedly, our requests have been denied. We've been told that no new renters are being considered. We've been told that others are renting the space. We've been told that there are negotiations underway for new rental agreements, but none of these seem to be clear in that the latest communication that we've received is that someone else is renting the space. This communication came to us about 9 months ago, but still the rooms remain empty. And our question is why? Living Wisdom is unlike any other school in existence, and we have no endowment. Our teachers serve in the school not for an abundant salary, for our salaries are far below public school teachers in the area, but because we have a mission and we see the work that we're doing, changing the lives of the students that we serve. We're asking you for your support as city council members to work with us and with Cubberley to allow us to use the unused space in Cubberley Community Center to maximize the resource of Cubberley as long as it remains in its current expression and until such a time as Cubberley is ready to be redeveloped. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Our next speaker is J.I., followed by Krishav.
We all aspire to be great in our own ways. And I think that the source of that is ultimately compassionate. We want to inspire the people around us, our friends, our family, and our community members. Living Wisdom High School uplifts its students. We are encouraged to become the best version of ourselves. We learn to stay joyful even when pushed to our limits. We discovered that learning and laughter can walk hand in hand, that academic progress can deeply enrich our lives, making us happier. We are taught to become beacons of light, making our lives meaningful through service to others. We don't succeed on stepping on others, but by helping them up. The result, as a community, we can rally ourselves to hike up Half Dome, put on a full choir concert with only a few weeks of training, and have rich dialogues on texts like the Mahabharata and the Iliad, all within the same year. Living Wisdom High School inspires us to be great. I know that students in the community yearn for an education like this. It's my sincerest hope.
Your time is up. Please finish your statement.
It's my sincerest hope that this school can expand to help more people like me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Krishav, followed by Sharia.
Can I start? The goal of this meeting is in order to expand our campus and to allow our school to utilize the current empty and wasted space within the Carberley community. There are numerous reasons to allow our school to do so, and I would like to focus on the academic integrity of the school. Most schools have an academic integrity policy outlining that students should always do their own work and not cheat, but many times this is violated and students do not keep within integrity. Living Wisdom does not have the same issue. Our students keep within academic integrity, do not cheat, and allow for trust to be maintained between teachers and students. Our teachers can trust us not to cheat if we need to use the restroom during a test, and they can also trust us not to break the law or do dangerous stuff while we're outside the direct line of sight. Due to this general trust and agreement between teacher and student, we are allowed to go and buy food from local shops during lunchtime, and we are also able to go on long stool trips, such as places like Scotland, Italy, and our upcoming trip to the national parks of America. Many of these trips and experiences are
Your time is up.
Many of these trips and experiences are life-changing moments for me, and I would like to have other students to have the same experience as I did. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharia, followed by Nicholas M.
Good evening, esteemed council members. I'm Shreya, a sophomore at Living Wisdom High School. Our school is committed to teaching students all aspects of life and growth. It challenges us, helps us to build meaningful connections, discover the joy within, and ultimately, we can all learn how to be the best versions of ourselves. Through laughter, determination, and strength, if we can expand our community and share the realization of our true limitless potential, people will see that anything is possible. Anything that they set their mind to is possible. I hope you take our request into consideration. Thank you for your service.
Our next speaker is Nicholas M., followed by Hari V.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Maranyuk. Currently, I'm a junior at Living Wisdom High School. I've been there for about a year and a half now, and I can very confidently say that this school has changed my life. At my school, we're all being taught how to live a happy and fulfilling life, not just when things are going our way, but also when life throws a curveball at us. This school means so much to me, and I am eternally grateful to its creation and upkeeping. And I know that if we are allowed to expand even with just 2 more classrooms, the feeling I have, my love of life, will be able to spread throughout the city, one child at a time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hari V, followed by Bacha D.
One thing I find lacking in large academic institutions is a strong, well-integrated sense of community. With the colossal student population, the rise of clique culture is an inevitable drawback that a school will face, as people segregate themselves by friend groups. This is in no way inherently bad, nor is it the fault of any administrators or faculty. It is simply an inevitable setback to be faced as a school grows. However, for someone naturally on the timid side, it is greatly difficult to integrate with one of these circles if not given the opportunity to in previous years. I myself faced a similar struggle in the time I attended Gunn. Conversely, Living Wisdom finds a unique way to overcome such a drawback, and its ability to do so is one of the many reasons I chose to join it. This space is one large, greatly welcoming community, Instead of having to go to great lengths to socialize with others, as in public school, it was instead the opposite. As my classmates immediately attempted to
Your
welcome me
time
and
is
find
up.
finish. Sorry. The schools have a great service to those who have found dissatisfaction.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bacha, followed by Hazmach.
That's a tough bunch to follow. Honorable Mayor and council members, I've lived in Palo Alto since 2006. Both my kids went to Palo Alto Public Schools. In fact, Mayor Stone was the history teacher for my younger one at JLS. As good as our schools are, it's kind of hard to address the emotional, social, and intellectual needs of kids at towards the end of the spectrum. So an institution like Living Wisdom is essential. In fact, we had great difficulty finding a high school for my elder one, and we were lucky in finding the school. And thanks to the school, my son is going to college today, my elder one. And because of his experience, my younger one also chose to go here. So it's a great institution. It's an essential service, provides an essential service to our community. Please help them with all that you can. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hazmach, followed by Kashava.
Good evening, City Council. I'm a high school teacher at Living Wisdom, and I'm a graduate of Living Wisdom School. I grew up in a difficult home, but Living Wisdom was a haven for me, where I could live in joy. 15 years ago, when I graduated 8th grade, we did not have a high school. I moved on to a new school, during which my life spiraled, my mother and I living out of a car. I carried with me an inner resilience from Living Wisdom, but I found myself despairing in high school. Later in Germany, earning a master's degree in math, I was on my way towards a successful career in mathematics, but I found myself increasingly miserable. Then I remembered that in all my life, the greatest joy was at Living Wisdom. So I chose to live according to the principles I learned there. My life turned around, filled with joy. So I quit my PhD program to return to Palo Alto to support Living Wisdom as a new high school teacher. Our school has saved many lives from sorrow, giving them tools for lifelong success. I humbly request your support for expanding our space. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kashava B, followed by Shamit R.
Thank you, council members, for your time. My name is Keshav Betts, and it is my privilege to be one of the teachers at the Living Wisdom High School. And it has been well said that the future of our nation rests on the shoulders of our children. And at a time like this, when suicide rates and depression, anxiety, loneliness are at an all-time high, Living Wisdom High School provides an opportunity for a new hope in this world, when people can find friendship and connection and meaning and purpose again. And it has been one of the greatest privileges of my life to serve here. And in honor of your service to this city, I would like to bring to the fore that actually my aspiration is similar. I hope to also serve our brothers and sisters, our Americans, this wonderful nation, through uplifting the future of our country, these children. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Shamti R, followed by David G.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a practicing physician in our community. I've had one of the largest medical practices in our country. I have dealt with, I don't know how many high school students over the years. And of course, many of them have been wonderful and they've done well. But the truth is, the sad truth is, the vast majority have come to me over and over with issues that in fact are not medical, but are manifesting through the great stress that so many students have felt. This is over decades now, as you can tell, both from issues at home, socially, politically, in every way. I just want to say that everything you've heard from these students who have stood up here with such poise, spoken to you about joy, about
Your time is
stability.
up.
This is what this school is doing, and if given the chance, we'll be able to do it on a much broader scale. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is David G, followed by Eric M.
Thank you for your time this evening. I've been a mental health professional for the past 30 years and have provided services for the city of Palo Alto, the city of Sunnyvale, the 911 call center for San Mateo County, the San Francisco Police Academy, and many, many other local agencies. I've had 40,000 people attend my programs over the years. I've also seen the current state of our young people, and as a professional, I fear for them. I have also known Living Wisdom Schools, the Living Wisdom School system of education for decades, and have seen up close what they have done for our youth over this extended period of time. If there is anything you can do to accommodate their need for more space so more young people can be helped, I cannot think of a better thing that could be done by your group to enhance our area's future. The level of teen mental health issues and suicides leaves me feeling this is an urgent need that ought not to be delayed. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Eric M, followed by Anna DJP.
Living Wisdom High School currently serves 25 teenagers. The high school is at capacity. There are no wealthy philanthropists backing this school. We can only afford to do this because of Palo Alto. Thank you. Right now, there is a wait list for the school, yet the school could easily double and serve twice as many students next year if we had this extra space. It's heart-wrenching for the director and the school staff to say no to families, to say no to teenagers who they know their lives could turn around if they came to this school. It's especially heart-wrenching because the director and all the core teachers went to a Living Wisdom Education for Life school as children. They know what a wonderful change it can make in somebody's life. Many of the teenagers on the wait list right now question whether life is worth living, are in a state of despair, disengaged from friends,
Your time
disengaged
is
from
up.
learning. Please open these, please let us help these kids make the rooms available.
Our next speaker is Anna JP, followed by Christopher.
Hello, my name is Ana de Jesus Perez, and I'm a junior at Living Wisdom High School. And I wanted to express to you that there is really no other place like Living Wisdom High School. And my experience there has been nothing short of pure joy. And I think that's a perfect way to encapsulate the school. Ever new joy. You see it in the smiles that people greet you with. You see it in the service we do, the performances we give to people. And you see it even in times of hardship, like when we're climbing up Half Dome in the middle of night in brutal cold. We still have a smile on our face. And to give that to others, to be able to invite other students into the space that we have created, we need more of it. And I just
Your time is up.
I think that it's important that students have this experience of education that we offer.
Our next speaker is Christopher Day JP.
I think the most important thing that Living Wisdom has taught me is the importance of connection. I mean, I think I would call each and every student here my friend. It's not just the students. I think the teachers, I know I can count on them to purely hypothetically help me out with homework at 11:30 on a Tuesday night. But it's just those qualities of dedication, joy, namely joy, and focus that just seep off everybody and into me in places like Italy, Yosemite, and of course the classroom. My only criticism of this school is that there's not enough of it. And I guess that's what I'm asking from you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Seema C, followed by Eve W.
Thank you for your time today. My daughter is a senior at Living Wisdom and is a perfect example of a student who was burnt out attending a large public school and falling through the cracks without any safety net. Living Wisdom really helped her in regaining her self-confidence, in help building her self-esteem. This school is indeed a gem, and I hope it's able to serve more kids and build a strong community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eve W, followed by Ken H.
Hi. Thank you, City Council members, for your service to the community. I'm a parent of a student who's a junior who's been attending the school for 1 year. He was really struggling in the public school system, and this school has been transformational for him and our family. I hope that you'll grant the school additional space. It really would, it would be fantastic. I just can't say enough about the school. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken H, followed by SDG.
Good evening. You can hear from all these speakers why I'm so passionate about Coverly, and I hope you will honor their requests for additional space for their students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is SDG. Our next speaker is Michael F.
Be real fast. This is a health issue. When Governor Brown left, my friend asked me to say this, when Governor Brown left office, he passed the Assembly Bill 967, which basically he said, if you have a crematory in your city that cremates bodies, don't burn anymore, melt it down, and the liquid can be poured into the drain and be treated by the water treatment plant which in that county. And then Newsom, December 17th, he passed a toilet to tap to table act, which is converting sewer water into drinking water. That's toilet to tap to table. So this is a health issue. I think the city of Palo Alto reaches out to a lot of people. So maybe you can share the information and keep your people healthy and help out Wisdom. They need the room.
Next speaker is Carol G, followed by Shawnee K.
Greetings, Carol Garston. I'm the producer of Third Thursday, California Avenue.
Carol, we are having a hard time hearing you.
And
Carol, we are having a hard time hearing you here in council chambers over Zoom. If you are interested in submitting public comment, please send your comment. Great. Our next speaker is Shawnee K, followed by Liz G.
Would you hand out the handout that okay. Thank you. Good evening. I handed out a picture of a burrowing owl. This species, when you look at these beautiful yellow eyes, you're looking at extinction. Earlier this month, Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, which I represent tonight, with other organizations, submitted a petition to list the burrowing owls in several areas of California, the Bay Area included. Only 21 pairs nested in the South Bay last year, and almost all of them were in one way or another helped by human intervention. In Palo Alto, we have some intent of helping the burrowing owls at Bixby, but it didn't work very well. In Mountain View, they have been successful. They have a biologist implementing a city-adopted boring owl preservation plan, as well as a wildlife management plan, which takes care of a lot of other species. And they're now expanding it citywide. So I think we have something to look for and try to do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G, followed by Said.
Thank you. I was going to speak on a different matter, continuation of the closed session of earlier, but I actually, in hearing so many passionate voices tonight on space, meaning classroom size and student body psychologically, health and welfare, and also on our unrest in the Middle East. I just need to let the council know that I have been silenced psychologically, emotionally over this, because if I take a ceasefire side, I am deemed a terrorist. If I take an Israeli side or anti-Semitic, if I take a Israeli side, then I'm for the killing of large numbers of people in Palestine. So
your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Said, followed by Lori M.
Hi there. I would like the City Council to agendize a resolution for ceasefire. War in Gaza is bearing unimaginable horrors. Let me tell you a news report I was recently reading about the situation in Palestine. A Palestinian female freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of the raping to blackmail the female detainees, she told, requesting anonymity. I have been sexually abused and photographed when I traveled to Jordan after my release, and Israeli intelligence officer dumbfounded me with the humiliating photos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori M, followed by Jamal K.
Last Tuesday at the Redwood City City Council meeting during public comment on a ceasefire resolution, one of the pro-ceasefire speakers said, "If no one is calling you anti-Semitic, you're not trying hard enough." Last Thursday at the Palo Alto HRC meeting, a public commenter praised Hamas, who beheaded and raped Jews just because they're Jewish, as freedom is resistant fighters. Not a word of condemnation or empathy from the dais. When a resolution on Israel or a ceasefire is discussed, anti-Semitism follows. There are 2 articles in your packet. The first tells you how you can fix this situation that stops city councils from doing their municipal business every week. The second is the cover story from this month's Atlantic. Please read the highlighted sections on the first several pages. You'll see what it's like to be Jewish in the Bay Area post-October 7th. Dear council members, you can't fix Israel and Gaza, but you can fix Palo Alto. Please make this pro-ceasefire driven hate, which chips at our community, go away. We don't need a ceasefire, we need sustained peace.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamal K, followed by Michelle H.
The Santa Clara County Democratic Central Committee recently passed a resolution that called for a ceasefire, and my request is for the City Council to agendize a similar resolution. The Times of Israel, an Israeli newspaper, reported that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately strengthened Hamas in Gaza and weakened the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank in order to undermine a Palestinian state. that was reported by an Israeli newspaper. And so he cared more about preventing a Palestinian state than he did about protecting Israelis. And civilians on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side have paid the price. And we should avoid rewarding Netanyahu for his actions. We have not punished him. We have only rewarded him. And because the reason why the conflict keeps continuing is because he needs it to continue in order to stay in power. The moment what's happening in Gaza stops, he knows he's going to go out of office and he may even go to jail. So we need to stop rewarding him and stop supporting him. And we need to stand up for our principles. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Michelle H., followed by Aram J.
Good evening. Palo Alto City Council, are you going to stand on the right side of history? Or are you going to continue to stall, to nickel and dime your humanity? Because we live in a community where the political calculus suggests that Palestinian lives do not matter. Over 13,000 Palestinian children in occupied Gaza have been killed to date. That number is higher than the total enrollment in Palo Alto public schools. 17 schools worth of children, all dead. Where is your sense of urgency? Where's your humanity? I imagine that you might answer my question with, but what difference will it make? I cannot quantify the difference, if any, a ceasefire resolution will make, but I take seriously the responsibility to use my voice, despite the risks, in any way I can to bring us closer to ending an ethnic cleansing and genocide in progress, when that genocide is supported by my government. So it's street corner vigils, city council meetings, and phone calls to my representatives for me. What is it for you? How are you using your collective power? Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J., followed by Talha B.
Okay, I'll start at the end. I support the city of Palo Alto putting a resolution on for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. When I went to Redwood City last week and I spoke, ultimately the city council voted 5-2 against putting such a resolution on an agenda, but at least they spoke. The city council members gave their position. They weren't simply spineless on the issue. I want to let Julie know that I appreciate what she did at the Human Relations Commission to intervene when, just bizarrely, a member of Project Sentinel, who was there to speak on mediations, all of a sudden gratuitously and arrogantly started to speak against Palestinians and against Jews like myself that speak out on this issue regularly. You might want to watch it. And I was the one that said Hamas is absolutely freedom fighters in the spirit of Nat Turner. I'm now turning my attention to Susan Ellenberg, who's shown spinelessness so far. I want the Board of Supervisors to put such a resolution on. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Talha B., followed by Paul J.
Hi, City Council. I'd like to clarify an important point that those against a ceasefire are falsely claiming, and that is that being pro-ceasefire does not mean supporting Hamas or being anti-Semitic. In fact, being pro-ceasefire means saving every life we can possibly save, including every Israeli hostage and every Palestinian civilian, man, woman, and child that we can. I just want to bring to attention that the Israeli government has killed over 30 of their own hostages, including 3 that we know who are waving white flags. There is no way that we can achieve a durable peace without first getting to a ceasefire, ending the starvation of the Palestinian people, and freeing both the Palestinians and the Israelis who are captive. I also want to reiterate that this is important to the city because there are many of people of Palestinian descent and Israeli descent in this city. It is important for you to speak up and to speak out. Speak out to help save lives. You can't just ignore tens of thousands of children being killed and say, focus on the city streets. Focus on upholding your values.
Our next speaker is Paul J., followed by our final speaker, Lily B. Paul J., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our final speaker, Lily B. who is no longer on Zoom. So that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Madam Clerk, is Carol G still on? Maybe we can circle back and see if she was able to fix her connection.
She is no longer online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we will move on now to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received a letter today from third graders at Hoover Elementary School here in Palo Alto indicating they are studying the people and departments and community governments, and they have a few questions for us. So I just want to state for the record what they are. How much money do you get from taxes? How do you make people agree to the laws? And what was the latest decision you've made? I am going to do my best to research the questions that have harder answers and come up with answers to the subjective questions. But mostly, I just want to thank the third graders in Mrs. Douglas's class, I think, at Hoover Elementary School for participating in local city government by asking these great questions. And we'd love to hear from more students.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, just want to note that the Retail Ad Hoc Committee meets at 9 a.m. on Wednesday in the community room, and public is invited, especially retailers are invited, and especially council members are invited, because there'll be some of the announcements that didn't happen because we had to pull back on the workshop that was happening. So just a notification.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I just wanted to share with everyone that last Thursday, the Caltrain Local Policy Maker Group had a workshop in Redwood City that council members Lowing and Lithcott-Hames joined with me at. And the focus of that workshop is to solidify a corridor-wide crossing strategy. So it's basically what is the way in which Caltrain is going to work with cities throughout the corridor to help support grade crossings throughout the corridor, to rationalize the process, and most of all, to be able to be more effective at seeking significant regional, federal, and state dollars. I just want to encourage my colleagues to keep an eye open for what are intended to be the quarterly workshops of the LPMG, which is one representative from each city on the corridor. But the workshops are open to the public and all members of the council, and I think you'll find them valuable. Thanks.
And see no other lights, I'll go. Councilman Lithcott-Hames, thank you for reading that letter. I had the pleasure of being able to welcome two classes from Hoover Elementary from Escondido Elementary School last Wednesday here in Chambers and respond to a lot of their questions. I couldn't believe how many third graders are really upset about the amount of taxes in this community. So I empathize for them having to pay that. And then an announcement that the Vice Mayor and I have agreed to allocate $1,000 from the council contingency funds towards the purchase of supplies for children to be able to make hygiene kits for the ecumenical hunger program at an upcoming Ramadan event this Friday evening. Okay, and seeing no other lights, then we will move on to our study session. And we have Director Late here and our Cal Poly students, about an hour and 17 minutes behind schedule. So, but I'm sure the Cal Poly students will quickly realize when working with government, we're not always too timely.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I would like to thank the City Council for authorizing staff to engage Cal Poly San Luis Obispo's City and Regional Planning Department's Community Planning Studio. Cal Poly's planning program is well known in the planning profession and students that graduate from the program benefit from its engagement with local governments that provide real-world experiences. An academic planning and transportation study of the San Antonio corridor provides a great experience for the students and benefits the city through increased community awareness of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. In this regard, I'd like to also thank the residents from Palo Alto and Mountain View for participating in the student-led workshops. I understand many in the community are interested in the city taking the next step to engage in a comprehensive area plan for this corridor. Our staff is preparing a request for proposals for the area plan that we hope to release publicly in the next 4 to 6 weeks. In the meantime, community members interested in providing any advanced feedback regarding a future area plan may email me at pdsdirector@cityofpaloalto.org. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Community Planning Studio students for their work, learning more about our community, and for the leadership provided by Assistant Professor Dave Amos, who I will now turn the presentation over to. Mr. Amos.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that introduction. I really want to leave it to the students to present the work that they've done. I just want to take a moment to, again, thank the City Council for the support they've given the studio, for the planning department support that they've given this studio. As Jonathan mentioned, this is just the very first step. We've been working on this for about 20 weeks, but I've really been happy with what the students have produced. We're happy to sort of take this work and give it over to the city, who can continue the process around San Antonio. So with that, I would love to let my students share their screen and present the findings in just a brief 10-minute presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to quickly share my screen here so you can see our presentation. Is that viewable to everyone?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Thank you for having us here today. We're very excited to share our work with you. I'm Jake Jansen, and I'm joined by my colleague today, Elena Bennett. Blewett. Elena, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so let's get into this. So we'd like to share with you today our vision for the future of the San Antonio corridor. I'd like to start off by going over a quick agenda of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to get into who we are, introduction of our project, our concept plan, and some of the community outreach we did to reach our conclusions. So who are we? We are city and regional planning majors in our final year at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The final year planning studio for city and regional planning embraces Cal Poly's Learn by Doing motto by working with municipalities in California and collaborating on an official planning document. For this studio, we are working with the City of Palo Alto to create an informative report that includes recommendations and a preliminary concept plan for the San Antonio corridor. The state of California has mandated that Palo Alto add 6,086 new housing opportunities over the next 8 years, and the city has identified this site for the addition of 1,185 homes. Now, the San Antonio corridor is a low-density area, and since most of Palo Alto is already built out, this site is a logical choice for redevelopment. We organized our work into 3 key deliverables: a land use plan, a transportation plan, and environmental considerations. So now I'd like to start off by introducing our land use plan. Our vision for the San Antonio corridor is a new urban neighborhood that encourages mixed-use housing at higher densities designed for moderate income households and young professionals. It's no secret that there is a lack of affordable housing in Palo Alto, and this makes it difficult for young people to make this city their home. This proposal also reflects Palo Alto's core values. Our vision creates a lush, verdant neighborhood complete with bike lanes and safe crossings that Palo Altans expect. Now, because of this vision, these are the land use changes we decided to incorporate. As you can see here, we have the existing land uses on the right and our proposed land use changes on the left. Some key elements of this concept include the addition of mixed use and public park designations strategically located to serve the surrounding residential areas and promote community well-being. The proposed land use concept changes 207 acres or 90% of the land uses in the project area. A change in zoning is necessary to regulate these newly designated areas properly, and these maps compare the existing and proposed zoning distribution. We also explored the idea of establishing a moderate income housing zoning overlay to encourage the production of moderate income housing and ensure accessible housing for everyone. This can be achieved by incorporating incentives such as increased height limits, density bonuses, reduced parking requirements, and relaxed development standards.
All right, in our next
Now,
section, the transportation plan, we recommend improvements to support the increase in residents living and working on the corridor. Go to the next one. So the San Antonio Road corridor currently has many issues, including vehicle traffic and restricted access between sides of the corridor due to Highway 101, and also a lack of comfort and safety overall for pedestrians and cyclists. Transportation improvements along the San Antonio Road corridor are vital in transforming the area into a vibrant, walkable, and bike-friendly neighborhood. Our main transportation recommendation is two-way cycle tracks, one on each side of San Antonio Road. These 2 cycle tracks will increase safety on this very busy road, and they're well vetted internationally. They discourage sidewalk riding and reduce crossings, which are both extremely dangerous. Offering world-class bike facilities that are the safest option for cyclists will encourage people to actually get out of their cars and bike. The cycle tracks will extend along Fabian Way and Industrial Avenue to connect Palo Alto riders to the Google campuses and Baylands across Highway 101. These connections across Highway 101 are supported by the multimodal path we're proposing along Adobe Creek that connects the corridor to the existing pedestrian bridge over Highway 101 at Fabian Way, and then an additional pedestrian bridge is recommended over Highway 101 from the cycle track on Industrial Avenue across to Bayshore Parkway. These bridges provide safe and comfortable connections from future housing developments to the Baylands and Google campuses. And then our plan also recommends advocating for better pedestrian and bike facilities when the improvements to the Highway 101 interchange happen that the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority has proposed. And then on the next slide, Okay. The San Antonio Road corridor currently acts as a barrier to pedestrians, so increased access to crossings and improvements to facilitate more safe crossings will help break that down. High visibility crosswalk features will address the issue of children's safety while traveling on the corridor. Children's safety is especially important because the corridor is in close proximity to many schools, and our assessment of school availability found that the Palo Alto schools have enough capacity for future residents on this corridor. Next slide. In this street section, you can see it's looking south on San Antonio Road at Fabian Way. And there's the 2 cycle tracks, one on each side of the road. And then additionally, the street frontage along San Antonio Road has been repurposed to create a pedestrian serving linear park that complements the cycle track design and features street furniture, public art, bioswales, and permeable paving. Next slide. And then in this street section, you're looking south on San Antonio Road again, this time at San Antonio Avenue. One of the cycle tracks remains on San Antonio Road and the other is on San Antonio Avenue at this point. Both still feature concrete buffers to increase safety for cyclists. Next slide. Our environmental considerations support the land use and transportation recommendations that we've proposed while increasing urban green spaces and addressing climate impacts. Next slide. We proposed recommendations based on the Palo Alto Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, goals, and identified hazard levels. The highway that cuts through the site creates pollution and noise, and the location near the Baylands is at high risk of flooding. So early in the research process, we quantified these hazards to determine the best place for new development. The area along Highway 101 has posed several challenges. So based on these hazards that we've identified, we put a community park along Highway 101, and this was to better integrate these negative impacts. Our additional recommendations include a green corridor, green neighborhood, and Adobe Creek restoration. Next slide. So the community park that we proposed is placed at the north end of the site by Highway 101, as I said, to address the hazards and community health. Its secluded area provides for safe recreation for residents away from the busy traffic along San Antonio Road. And then by diverting development away from that area that's most impacted by pollutants from the highway traffic, the park helps contribute to a healthier environment. Next slide. And so our other two big ideas for the environment in this area are what we're calling the green corridor and the green neighborhood. The green corridor is composed of increasing the tree canopy, adding pocket parks, pollinator pathways, bioswales, and Adobe Creek restoration. These recommendations align with city goals and increase biodiversity and access to natural spaces for residents. And then restoring Adobe Creek will improve biodiversity along with riparian habitats while providing residents with access to another natural space. And it will support transportation recommendations with the multi-use trail along the creek that will provide pedestrians and bicycle facilities and connections over Highway 101. And then the green neighborhood recommendation includes LEED for neighborhood development certification, sustainable roofs, and waste management. The LEED ND certification supports mixed-use, active transportation-oriented neighborhoods that will provide residents with a variety of amenities nearby. And then sustainable roofs and sustainable waste management both kind of support that idea by addressing more challenges posed by climate change in the built environment. Next slide.
Is the slide not changing?
No.
Excuse me, I'm having a technical issue. The slide is still the same. Okay, here we go. Now, how did we get here? You're probably wondering, where do all these ideas come from? In our preliminary research, as a class, we developed an existing conditions report that gave us a lot of background of what we're talking about today. However, our most important source of information was the general public itself. Our concept plan that we just presented was based on feedback received at multiple community outreach events. We hosted 3 of these community outreach events in Palo Alto throughout the planning process to get community feedback on existing conditions, visioning, alternatives, and policy proposals. After an initial tabling session focused on existing conditions, our next engagement event was a community workshop hosted at the Mitchell Park Community Center. This community engagement initiative aimed at collecting input on the housing allocation on the San Antonio corridor. Our studio team facilitated a dynamic workshop that was a collaborative effort involving public officials, members of the community, and our own Cal Poly studio. To generate public awareness, the city supported us through media promotions, which resulted in an impressive turnout and a lot of active participation. During the workshop, we orchestrated interactive ad-libs to capture the community's unique perspectives on the future of the site. This activity allowed us to understand the valued aspects of the city and identify concerns that needed addressing. The second activity involved building blocks, where we provided instructions on using different blocks, colors, and sizes to represent various zoning classes and densities. This hands-on approach empowered the public to actively contribute to the urban design process, providing our studio with local insights for potential future growth. The community's input helped shape our understanding and our approach to our site alternatives. After all alternatives were developed with the feedback from the workshop, we hosted an open house to encourage further community feedback on those alternatives and new policy proposals. This workshop was held at the Coverly Community Center. Among lots of great feedback from the open house, a few major points stood out. People really appreciated the improved connectivity and opportunities for cycling and walkability. However, there still existed the belief that there's too much traffic and not enough parking to accommodate the increased density. Residents understand the need for more density, but tend to prefer multifamily over mixed-use housing. Additionally, they think housing density should be increased near the Caltrain station. Finally, community members expressed the importance of preserving the Summer Winds Nursery and implementing more parks and green space throughout the site. Now, this is just the first step in planning efforts, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of the planning process in this part of Palo Alto. You're welcome to ask us any questions about our work, and thank you again for letting us be here today.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for that presentation and for the report. Got to say that report was really thorough and also helpful to kind of give a nice kind of wide angle view about Palo Alto and our current situation as well as some of the challenges that we're facing. So I found that to be a good refresher and encourage the community to review it. All right, we'll come back then to the dais for questions and discussions. Remember, this is a study session, so we will not be taking any action, and we are significantly behind schedule. We'll do that at the end. We'll do public comment after council discussion. Okay, I was going to say, is council just wanting to move on then? No, Council Member Burt, followed by Vinker.
Thank you. So I was really pleased that the report gave a great deal of focus on the intermodal transit needs for the corridor, because what we've had is a series of projects coming forward for the corridor and sites that have been identified in our housing element that are encouraging even more housing development, but we don't yet have a transportation plan. Now, we do have later in the meeting, we're going to be looking at a project for this coming year for a specific plan for the corridor area. But one of the problems is that we're getting the projects piecemeal right now, and we have nothing in place that begins to set aside the land for necessary for even one set of bike paths, whether they're two sets of bidirectional paths or one. We don't have anything going on, and we're losing the opportunity to set aside that land. And so on the one hand, I've heard from staff at different times that we can't do those kinds of right-of-way set-asides on a piecemeal basis, but we already have the projects coming forward on a piecemeal basis. I hadn't appreciated until the last couple of days that back in November 2016, the then council, upon approval of one of the projects, I think it was 788 San Antonio perhaps, the council had actually given direction for a transportation plan for the corridor, recognizing this need. So I think we've got a real priority, and that we as a council perhaps need to give direction on condition on approval of projects that we have this right away or something set aside, so that we are banking that opportunity and not precluding it for the future. Then I also wanted to commend the study for its recognition of the needs for green space and parks and community space that builds community. We don't want to just warehouse people in this corridor. We want it to be a thriving, safe, engaging community of new residents. And I think we all need to reflect and challenge the community to reflect on that. Many of our strongest housing advocates have been advocating reduction in impact fees that pay for these necessary elements to a strong community, have been opposing affordable housing, inclusionary elements that give the housing diversity so that we actually make at least a portion of this housing moderate and truly affordable. And other elements that really make this this corridor one that will mitigate impacts and embrace significant new housing in a very positive way. So those are my comments. Thank you.
If I might add, Mayor, Councilmember Burt, I do believe perhaps Director Late should comment on the special setback that is in place on San Antonio Road, and maybe of note, given your comments.
Yeah, and I do realize that we have a setback, but we don't have any rights to access to that setback, correct? Maybe if you could speak to that.
So if the city were interested in expanding the right of way to include this special setback area, that's one reason why we have that. It could be acquired if the city were to purchase that land. So that's available to us through that process. And I will note there was one recent development, relatively recent, the hotel project, where we also have imposed conditions to, for instance, I think they do encroach about 6 feet into that special setback, but we do have a condition that says, should the city ever need this space in the future for right of way or bike paths, that a redesign would be required at their expense.
So my interest would be whether we can not only require the setback, which means that the building didn't get built in a way that precluded putting a off-road path in that area, to one where we're granted easements as a condition of approval of the projects, and or something equivalent to that, so that we're not talking about going back and having to acquire that very land that we're being told is being set aside there through a setback, but it's privately owned. And so it's not really building the space for us yet to have that right of way that is going to be important. At least it means that we aren't having buildings built on it.
Which is a positive. Would note that there are constraints on our ability to mandate requirements such as easement dedication in the absence of nexus to the development itself.
Right, but what I'd be looking for is for us to not be told that there are constraints, but to actually have a discussion on what those constraints are, with an intention to how do we achieve the outcome that we're seeking, as opposed to hearing the constraints.
Obviously involves the development of a plan and the funding behind it. Yes. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, and I'll be brief. I'm sitting right next to you, and you've mentioned several times how behind we are, so I will try to keep it short. But I do want to give a big thank you to the Cal Poly Planning Studio for taking all the time and interest in producing, as the mayor said, such a wonderfully comprehensive report. You know, most of those elements in it I had read before, but to have them collected into one place like that is a tremendous resource going forward for us. So thanks so much for coming up here, spending the time with us and doing that. And thank you, Director Lade and others for facilitating that. Really appreciate it. So I certainly appreciated the analysis by section. And I think it was really helpful that, in addition to pointing out, you know, the regulatory background and the nature of the corridor, that certain challenges were highlighted for us, whether it's the environmental section, they were talking about the sea level rise adaptation plan and some of the hazardous chemicals there that we just need to bear in mind as we go forward. But mentioning that it's not pedestrian friendly, I think is really important for the reasons you mentioned in your presentation, and that Councilmember Burt was just alluding to. And I call that one out in particular because I really enjoyed participating in the Mitchell Park Community Center Lego, I don't remember what you called it, but the Lego mapping tables. Those were really helpful to try to imagine what are the trade-offs, what fits, what can we do, how can we be creative? And it was particularly interesting because at our table, it was really demographically diverse, starting with age. Younger people who are tech workers and others. I was there. There was a senior who had left her single family home to move into an apartment downtown. And so the diversity of perspectives looking at this was really interesting to see what we all found similar and what different perspectives we brought. And I think you captured it well. I read through your whole presentation and thank you for summarizing that at the end. So thank you for doing all of that. I do have one question if I could ask them. So I appreciated the land use alternatives, the baseline, the 1,200 unit version and the 2,000 unit version. That was helpful. In the presentation tonight, in the transportation plan section, there's a couple of drawings. I don't think there's numbers on the slides, but the one that is San Antonio Road at San Antonio Avenue. So first of all, really interesting. Thank you for drawing that out like that. And I think this may be the right of way, but could you tell me, it looks like we have, on the left, 2 lanes of cars coming toward us. In the middle, I think 2 going away, then the bike lanes, and then 2 more lanes of cars. So why are there 4 lanes going away? If you could just talk a little bit about that, that'd be helpful.
So this is Dave here. I'm going to jump in because both Jake and Elena were on the transportation team the students were working with. So San Antonio Avenue is a frontage road for San Antonio Road, hence the extra lanes there.
Got it. Okay, so that's what you were just talking about. Okay, that's it. Well, thank you so much for coming out to our community and providing us with this great asset.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a former college dean, I can't help but feel enlivened by the mere presence of all of this brain work and heart work of college students on behalf of our city. So I want to commend Jake and Elena and the entire team of students we saw in that photograph. I want to thank you, Professor Amos, for taking this on, and thank you, Director Late, for facilitating that and connecting us to them. It clearly took tremendous effort to come up to speed on the history and present layout and circumstances in this portion of our city. Clearly a tremendous volume of work. I learned a ton and I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to learn this much. And students, I hope you're getting a lot out of this work too, as you mix it in with the final projects you're doing there at Cal Poly. I really like your concept of a new urban neighborhood. I like how you called it that, Jake. I think that was you. And clearly you've envisioned, you've reflected the vision of our residents that it would be a mix of living and bikes and pedestrians and parkland and dining and other social spaces and safe crossings. I appreciate your cautionary note about not placing homes near hazard-prone areas such as highways and in areas forecasted to be impacted by sea level rise. And I also really like that while we've only projected 1,185 of our arena units on San Antonio, and you created scenarios for that amount, you also went as high as 2,000 units, you said, in case we would like to meet more of our arena there. And I just want you to know that thanks to your work thus far, I am finally able to visualize what this tremendous southern border with Mountain View can be, and how the bike ped circulation through that corridor can actually be a part of the attraction of it and the reason for being there, instead of just ensuring that we have the opportunity for people to pass through. Toward that end, I appreciate your idea of a section in section 2. You've divided the street, the corridor, section 1, starting at Alma to Middlefield, section 2, Middlefield to East Charleston, and then section 3, East Charleston, all the way to the edge. And you had this idea that there could be a linear park in section 2 in the middle. to attract people and create a gathering place, a real center. And thanks to your efforts, I feel like I can really picture it. So my one question is, regarding the linear park potential and the Lego exercise, I wonder what your thoughts are, whether our residents, as you worked with them, or your classmates felt there would be merit in having higher buildings in sections 1 and 3 with the linear park in the middle inherently lower, really flat, to enhance its centrality and therefore its potential desirability as a gathering place. There is existing grocery on Middlefield and a potential community center going in there if we manage to pull off Cubberley. So as I think of this section of San Antonio having a linear park, I just start to see it all coming together. So I didn't, the presentation today didn't say much about the linear park. I know time was short, but I was pretty excited about it. It's on package page 174 for those who want that reference. If you have a slide that you didn't show us, or you have a thought, just a little bit more description of what you mean by that linear park to help us fill in some more of the details and to be able to picture it a little bit more visually, that would be great. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ku.
So I just kind of want to clarify, are we getting a coordinated area plan for that area, or are we just gonna take projects as they come? I know that you have the whole area kind of designated as HIP, right? I forget the acronym, what it stands for, but is there going to be a coordinated plan that we're going to be working on?
Yeah, thank you, council member. That was my reference to the staff working now on a request for proposals that will be made available in public, so that consultants that would want to participate in that process would have a chance to submit proposals that the city would review. And then we would select a firm that would represent all of our interests that will be articulated in the request for proposals. And it will be presented to the city council for review and taking action to initiate that process. So that is you'll see that on your action item tonight as one of the priority objectives under the housing programs.
Oh, very good. Thank you for pointing it out. And what about the, how many projects is coming through besides the 788 one?
I think we have 2 other pending formal applications and 1 other application that is an SB 330 application that is a preliminary application.
Okay, so I'm glad that you have the RFP in place, or the RFI in place, so that we can start moving forward on that. With the 788 San Antonio, the transportation with there is the allowed use of the sharrows. Is that going to be something that's going to continue with all the other projects that's coming through? Or is that just for now, for just 788 for the time being, until we have the coordinated plan in place?
So projects that are in the pipeline now for review will be reviewed to the city's policies that we have in place. So to the extent that, and Mr. Cammy's on the call too, I don't know if he has any specifics on the project, but as we had the discussion a moment ago, we don't have a coordinated plan for right-of-way acquisition to build out a dedicated cycle path. So right now it would be based on the policies that we have in place.
Okay. I think I just want to follow in what Councilmember Burt said. You know, the roads itself is very important, and also the right-of-way. I would really want to see a transportation plan, especially the one that Councilmember Burt had mentioned that was back in 2020 November, where it was the council had approved making sure we had a transportation study plan. And obviously, you know, the road is narrow. It's actually very, very busy road. And when I go around there most of the day, it seems like in front of the hotel, that parking is all taken up. So I think it'll be necessary to also evaluate whether there should be parking on San Antonio at all, since it is a higher density and, a city is trying to get it to be less car use, more bus use, more bicycle. So make the street as safe as possible. That's what I like to see. But also, I wanted to make sure that as we're developing that area for the coordinated plan, that it itself, some of these units or developments also has more community space, community center space, as well as courts for play areas. And there is also acknowledgement and recognition that that is a bird corridor. So they do fly by. I live nearby, so I do see a lot of birds go by to the Baylands. I think those are all important characters, but most important is to get that transportation plan going. Another question is, my time is almost up, but I wanted to find out, is payback at all involved in reviewing any of this coordination?
So as we begin our work on the area plan, we will have a whole outreach and engagement strategy that will include all interested parties, including payback.
Thank you. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no other lights, I do have one question. I appreciated the report's attention to vehicle dwellers along San Antonio and potential displacement of those residents during redevelopment. Do we know about how many vehicle dwellers were identified along in San Antonio?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. I don't know if the students have information on that. I do believe that may be data that we have available, though, as we go forward with the area plan.
Okay. Any of the students on have that information?
Unfortunately, no, I do not have a specific number for the vehicle dwellers.
No worries. But thank you. I appreciate you identifying that potential impact. I do think we want to make sure that we consider the compounding impact to this community and potential growth of the number of vehicle dwellers as we are recognizing potential displacement here on San Antonio. And in 2 weeks from tonight, on April 1st, we're going to have a discussion on El Camino bike lanes that will also similarly displace vehicle dwellers along El Camino. So want us to be aware of that issue. But a lot of my questions and comments have already been stated. Really appreciate this kind of green corridor design there, which I think is going to be so critical as we do more development along San Antonio, being able to provide the increased tree canopy as well as the greenery on top of the buildings. Just seems like very smart urban planning. So appreciate all that work. I see no other lights, so we will go. Oh,
Mayor,
sorry.
did have a comment from Mr. Kami, our Chief Transportation Official, given the transportation issues that were raised.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager and Mayor. Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. And I just wanted to note that in the upcoming specific plan that, we'll be coordinating with planning on the transportation elements, and also that we have our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update, which will certainly be identifying projects in this area. And we'll look towards council to potentially prioritize those as projects coming out of this. And want to also thank the students for getting this conversation started.
Thank you. And Councilman Lithcott-Hames?
Yes, one last thing. Thank you so much. It's a little off topic, but related, so I want to offer it. Let us keep in mind as we increasingly work on this specific plan, coordinator plan, whatever we end up calling it, we're going to have a whole lot of new residents on our border with Mountain View. There is a very attractive retail environment on Mountain View's side of San Antonio. And I think as a matter of our economic development, we've got to be thinking about pivoting those residents toward grocery, dining, et cetera, in Palo Alto. I would hate for us to lose all of that retail revenue, sales tax revenue to Mountain View because we've situated our housing there.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, just following up on that, this is a corridor that basically we share with Mountain View. To the west, it becomes Mountain View. Just 100 yards to the south, it becomes Mountain View. And I think it's essential that our planning process work closely with Mountain View. And I don't think we've done this enough and deliberately enough, and that councils in the past have really needed to appreciate the importance of doing that. At a minimum, in our specific plan process, I'd want to see Mountain View represented as a stakeholder entity, but I don't think that goes deep enough. I think this ideally would be almost a joint planning process with them. I don't know the form we should take, but I think we should be really reaching out to them and exploring what's possible in that way.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Just on that note, I just want to note that at least one Mountain View City Council member came to the San Antonio Road visioning session, and a couple other residents of Mountain View, because they are very interested in this, and it is sort of a shared area. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay, seeing no further lights, we'll go to public comment. How many?
We have 3 requests to speak.
Okay, well, given the time, let's limit them to 2 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Liz G.
I'm sorry, Mayor Stone, that you're only giving us 2 minutes. I've contributed many, many hours to this process as a volunteer public community member, and I'm sorry you're only giving us 2 minutes to speak on this. So I do want to thank you. There's a few questions and observations. One is residential overlays are problematic. The soil or the zone remains commercial, and these overlays leave out residents to city protected ordinance that R1 zoners in this town enjoy and get, like noise. What about all the concrete poured and sound barrier walls? I have many questions. Bioswells, I don't think we know what those are. As far as I know, they're earthen septic tanks for human waste. This won't be hooked up to city sewer. What about the design and plan for the interior of units? Will these be amenable for families to celebrate, pray, eat meals together, mature? I want to shop and support Palo Alto economy and commerce, not Mountain View. I already spend much of my family's budget shopping outside of Palo Alto. I would like to, again, support retail here and the economy here. There's so much about gathering outside and the social, these social areas. That's wonderful, but we need to think about the quality of life for families within the interior of these units. The distance from the train is still very troubling, that there's no public transit in that area, and the amount of concrete that's going to be poured, what kind of sound barrier walls, the floodplain that it's going to be built on top of. I appreciate so much the college students have put this together, but we really need an area design that's going to be amenable for human habitation, not just, riding your bike back
Your
and
time
forth.
is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you to the Cal Poly students for your presentation. And I had one question about that, which is how do you plan to treat the two-way cycle tracks at major intersections, like for instance, Middlefield? Is there some kind of signalization you have in mind? How will you safely get children, especially through those intersections when they're riding wrong way in a two-way cycle track? And then secondly, I hope that as the city moves forward, they really will engage with Mountain View, which a city that has a detailed set of precise plans for the whole Bayshore area that they're redeveloping, that identifies this portion of San Antonio as a gateway. And they've got some really interesting drawings in their precise plans, that some conceptual drawings for these gateways that I think might be very useful for our city's planning purposes. And then finally, I'll add on to something that the previous speaker mentioned, who talked about transit. What I see missing in these plans, I heard what Director Late said about the special setback. I don't see in any of the plans coming forward. In fact, the Architectural Review Board last week, I think, reviewed the 800 San Antonio plans, and there was no evidence in those plans that anybody's thinking at all about bicycle transportation or bus transit or any of that. So if there is a setback, if there's a special setback there, I think that as the architectural review moves forward, the things that you anticipate using that special setback for should be integrated in that planning process and reflected in the drawings that are brought to.
Time is up. Our next speaker is Natalie G.
Hi, I attended both the visioning workshop and open house. I'm Natalie Geis, a resident of Palo Alto. I thought the workshops and the events were very well done, and it was just nice to be able to take a step back and realize what overlap there is in kind of our whole community vision for the space. Echo the concerns about transit. The plans put forth really do put a lot of thought towards how we take the corridor as it is today into a place that we can still move through and get to the places that we need to go, while providing for the safety, greenery, connectedness, and community vision that we have for this place. So I just wanted to say this was a wonderful stepping stone to the next phase of planning. That's all. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on the study session item 4.
All right. Well, thank you, Director Late. Thank you to Cal Poly for all your help, and all of our community advocates as well. Let's move on then to our consent calendar. All right, we'll take public comments on consent calendar items 5 through 11. Again, we'll limit public comment to 2 minutes.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
I believe you should remove this from consent and reject it, because instead of being a contract that's based on a request from the city to provide the services the city is required to provide by state law, it looks like the city is responding to a request for proposal from Pets in Need to meet their services. For example, in the contract scope of services, page 13 of 35, it's a shelter that can be used to move animals from Pets in Need's Redwood City facility. Maybe they need that, and they would issue an RFP to find somebody who would want to do that. On page 14, it says that they can reject requests for humane disposal or euthanasia of animals, although the city's required to do that by state law. On page 19, the shelter is going to be the Pets in Need shelter rather than the City of Palo Alto shelter. On page 21 of 35, it binds the city to
be providing also 100% of all kinds of utility and related services when the overwhelming majority of the staff at the shelter and the services being provided are for Pets in Need's mission rather than for the city's. So, you know, for that reason, I don't think this is an appropriate contract for the city. In addition, I referred you in my email, and I'll have the clerk distribute copies to you from the Attorney General's registration for charities and fundraisers, that the annual report that was due from Pets in Need on September 15th, which is 6 months ago, has not yet been filed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kadri C.
Thank you. I am here to talk about contract terms between Pets in Need and City of Palo Alto. There are multiple issues with the scope of services that have not been discussed prior and are now added to the contract with no discussions with council members or animal control. Per the contract, citizens will no longer be able to purchase dog licensing at the shelter. Dog licensing is a requirement by Palo Alto Municipal Code, and dog licenses have historically been available for in-person services at the shelter. This change will affect the compliance with the city ordinance, particularly for those who have challenges using or accessing technology. Secondly, according to the term sheet approved by City Council on July 18th, 2023, the city would be responsible for paying for after-hours vet care for animals on stray hold only. The new contract has changed this wording and was not discussed with police department staff. Under the current draft, there is a possibility that the city would be on the hook for paying for animals that are no longer on a legal hold or animals that Pets in Need transfers to the shelter, causing more negotiations between Pets in Need and the city staff just to figure out this new complicated plan away from council view. Also, the current contract contradicts itself. Item 1, Section B states, Pets in Need may shelter and provide services to animals outside of the scope at consultants' sole expenses for all costs. And Item 2, Section A states, city shall pay for any after-hours emergency vet services, notwithstanding animals on stray hold. Thirdly, an adjustment needs to be made to the wildlife section of the scope of services. The contract does not dictate the responsibility Pets in Need has to care for and arrange transport to the wildlife center in a reasonable amount of time. No changes have been made here and is recommended to avoid future conflicts. I feel that these contract adjustments are necessary to ensure a good-natured working relationship between Pets in Need and the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeanette W.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Washington. I've been an animal control officer with the city of Palo Alto for 25 years. I'm saddened by the contract with Pets in Need because right here in the shelter in 2019, they promised to do everything that the Palo Alto Animal Services did and more, plus build us a new shelter. Since the takeover, the animal shelter's historic services has gone the way of the dodo. Those services are the sole reason this shelter exists, and they have not been held accountable for those lack of services. Less services, countless issues, large and small, all while the city is paying more. Recently, it's come to my attention that public spay and neuter appointments are only down to 1 day a week. One of Pets in Need's veterinarians and 2 technicians just recently quit. So I can see why less services for public surgery and less services for animal control. Pets in Need claims that they don't have the time or the staff to perform these crucial services. However, the city Shelter One provided these services with 2 to 3 medical staff members, 5 days a week. Just like their medical director said in a council meeting last year regarding feral cats, we've been winging it. This is the case for all aspects of this partnerships and continues to be to this day. Pets in Need needs to bring back the 5 days a week spay and neuter. Provide care for animals 24 hours a day for animal control that brings in any strays. Work with cruelty investigations. This is what a municipality does. And if it doesn't, then you're just an animal rescue. November 2021, from the Daily Post, Pets in Need's bottom line soared. Their nonprofits revenue, $2.2 million in 2017 and $8.1 million in 2019. even though the city is still paying the capital improvements and there's no plan to build a new shelter. We're Palo Alto. I'm proud to work for the city, the police department. I truly wish the council would consider the alternative of an in-house shelter.
Your time is up.
The city should not accept any bare minimum services.
Our next speaker is Kim S. Kim S. Moving to our next speaker, Liz G.
Hi, thanks. I do want to speak to consent calendar item, the number 9. Again, residential overlays do not change commercial zones. I am all for housing. We're in desperate need of housing. We need to build more housing, but the development of this type of housing is not, is contracted with private companies with 50-year leases. They lack oversight. They're 100%, if they're 100% tax credit builds, they're not a good way to secure affordable housing for families. These billion-dollar companies raise rents, they neglect their renters and their properties. And I wanted to use, for example, related Mayfield Place, part of the Mayfield agreement. They have a 56-year lease and our rents are raised every year, 10% or more. I just want to reinforce that we do need affordable housing in our community, but 100% tax-free builds are not the way to go unless there is a lot of city oversight on these private companies that are totally for profit and they get major tax breaks. So as you move on with adoption of the resolution authorizing the use of city activity, I really think that working with the county and working with local housing organizations like Eden Housing, Charity Housing, Alta Housing, the Housing Authority of Santa Clara County, these are the ways that we can provide equitable, inclusive housing for all in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, well, I want to thank all the prior speakers who spoke on item 8 and Liz on item 9. I think Pets and Needs, I was opposed to the Chicago plan to privatize the animal shelter, and I still am. Jeanette W. pointed out all of the concerns. They've been there for years. Management, even though they've got a new team, it continues to shift. According to articles in the Daily Post, they've got another executive director here. It's changed at least 3 times in the recent past. And this is the kind of item that, we're talking about a 5-year contract for over $7 million that should not be on the consent calendar until all of the complex problems that Herb Borak and the other speakers pointed out, contractual problems, et cetera, are cleaned up. And in addition, like I said, this is a problem with our city manager. He has a tendency to overload our calendars. And so people get exhausted and tired. And then because of the overload of items, the mayor feels compelled to reduce public speak. For instance, in this item, it was supposed to be slated for 3 minutes and it was cut back to 2 minutes. So again, I think we need to have fewer items on the consent calendar, and when they involve this complex of an issue, I know it's been discussed before on an agendized item, but I believe that the speakers prior to me have pointed out that there are still many issues that need to be resolved before we give a 5-year contract to Pets and Needs. There's a very, very, very problematic past and took union jobs away from workers here in Palo Alto. I felt that was shameful at the time, and I still believe it should go back to the city workers. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 5 through 11.
Thank you. Entertain a motion for this consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And any no votes or request to pool? Councilmember Burt,
Yes, no on 10.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No on 7, no on 10, and want to pull 8. And if no one else pulls it, I'll vote no.
Councilmember Vinker,
No on 10.
There have been no votes. All right. Seeing no other lights, if the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Motion.
Okay, we'll just go the order. Councilmember Burt, you'd like to speak to your no vote?
Thank you. So I voted no really for procedural reasons and for some related aspects. In one sense, we do need to go forward with the renewal of the project to enable an affordable housing project to be able to take advantage of this program, and we need to extend it for that purpose. But I found that the report really didn't provide the context for what this means. Back when this was first adopted, it was put in place a major step down of the feed-in tariff rate that would occur after the first 3 megawatts, which this upcoming project would fulfill, is my understanding. That lower rate basically kills any interest in the program. And what we have going on right now is our reliability and resiliency plan, which will include the role of local generation and storage and the whole distributed generation and storage issues like solar programs. In all likelihood at that time, we're going to want to have programs that will be not only solar, but solar plus storage. And so I think that we do need to revamp the programs, but everybody needs to understand that absent us taking this up sooner, we're basically killing this program after this next project. And we have on the horizon a lot of opportunities for solar within the city. I'll note that my understanding is that C40 cities, which are the global cities that have larger cities that have committed strongly to climate initiatives, have a high percentage of their renewables to be generated in city or local generation. And I'm just starting to learn more about that concept. We'll never get to that point, but it is a question of how much greater reliability and resilience do we have with local generation and storage. So those are the reasons that I wanted to raise this issue. And I think that we want to have a review of our existing and past solar programs come to the SCAP ad hoc even before we get the reliability and resiliency plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So 7 was the clear result consulting. So I'm a big fan of electric vehicles. I have a skateboard and a scooter, no electric car, but I still think we should get the EV ports at 30 sites that we wanted to. This was over 5 years. We only did about 1.4 sites per year, so way below the 30 target. There were only 7 sites that were done over the 5 years. And so when this comes back to us for extension for another 5 years, this would have to be done at a rate of 6.3 times, 6.3 sites per year, which is more than 3 times what we've been doing over the previous 5 years. And so while I really support the idea of having EV ports at a bunch of sites in Palo Alto, I think it's a great idea. It just seems like to say we're going to do the same thing and it's going to be 3 times faster, it doesn't make sense. I guess I don't see how that's going to happen. So, so my vote against this isn't against having the EV chargers. It's really like getting a plan that's more attainable, I think. And then on 8, this was, I think there's kind of like a few contractual issues that should be resolved, like the reduction of services, the increased cost to the city, and potential increased costs to the city that need to be resolved. And I think the public speakers already spoke about it, so I'm not going to spend time on it. And then on 10, in general, I like the basic idea, but like my fellow colleague said, it's a poorly written report and should be a lot better. Thanks.
Councilmember Banker.
Yeah, I voted no on 10 because I didn't feel like I had enough information and enough notice to vote yes. I like the idea that we're extending a deadline to facilitate an affordable housing project, and that's great. But this was one where it was pulled from last week because we were waiting for a report from the UIC, and it came in unanimously. So I didn't want to pull it tonight because it seems like this should go forward. But it's something where there's a lot of history here, and I don't know it like Councilmember Burt does. It looks good, but I would like to have had a little more context and a little more notice on that context. So it's simply that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That does it for the consent calendar. Moving on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Could ask the city clerk for some assistance with the slides. In the interest of time, I'll go through this very quickly. Next slide, please. Okay. Hopefully no surprise to anyone this Wednesday, the last reminder, State of the City address, State of the City event at 6 p.m. at the city's Art Center auditorium, and look forward to seeing folks in person. If you are not able to attend in person, we will be streaming it on the city's YouTube channel. Also, for those who are interested in attending in person, we are requesting registration so that staff can plan accordingly. Next slide, please. Do want to note a number of grade separation discussions that will be coming up in the next few weeks and leading to months. A number of rail committee meetings, including tomorrow, as well as April 16th, April 22nd for the city council to hold a study session to bring the full council up to date on the rail committee recommendations and ongoing review. And then finally, all these dates certainly tentative, but nonetheless, June 10th is slated for city council action on potential recommendations to narrow alternatives under consideration. Next slide, please. Also want to note on April 1st, the city council will be considering Caltrans proposal to add bike lanes on El Camino Real. And let's see, at this point, just want to highlight that there have been several meetings on this topic. Additional information available at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/Caltrans Bikeway Project. Next slide, please. Then looking forward, we have a few community events of note. Third Thursday coming up this week, the Spring Family Day coming up on Sunday, March 24th, and then the big annual event, Mayfest, first Saturday in May, that's May 4th. Next slide, please. Also ongoing, primarily for community awareness, that our public art program does have a solicitation ongoing for artists to apply for grants to paint utility cabinets around town. The deadline for this is March 31st. Certainly look forward to completion of this project and seeing art adorning our community throughout town. Next slide, please. Then finally, won't go through the specifics of your upcoming agendas. Do want to pay note to the April 29th date. Given your impacted agendas and a number of items being carried over from meetings, that in consultation with the mayor and vice mayor, the city clerk will be polling you to confirm availability April 29th. This is not a date that was previously scheduled on your council calendar. So want to confirm availability before making decisions on moving agenda items onto that date. Again, that's April 29th. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, we've come to our break. Let's just take a 5-minute break. Okay, we are back and we are going to now move on to our first action item of the evening, item AA1, approval of the 2024 City Council Priority Objectives and Finance Committee and Policy and Services Committee work plans. This item has been continued from March 4th and March 11th. As a reminder, we did hold the public testimony back on March 4th, so we will not be holding public comment on this item this evening since we already took public comment on this item. And we also, I believe, went over the economic development and transition.
Yes.
And last week we were on climate change and sustainability, and we covered REACH 1. So that's where we're at. Sorry, what did I say? REACH 1? Is that what it's called?
You may have Creek on your mind. So
That's what it is. I'm always
Such
living
as
in the
it is.
SFC
Yes.
JPA.
So I think we're essentially ready for any council discussion, questions, and ultimately motions.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so back to the dais. Vice Mayor Lowing.
I just wanted clarification on what's now items 29 and 30. They both reference EVs. And one's referenced as a strategic plan and the other is a program for the city fleet.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can speak to that. One of those is a citywide EV strategic plan that council recently approved a consultant contract for. So that's looking at the whole community, charging needs, other types of impacts.
Okay.
The other one is our own internal city fleet and developing a plan for electrifying that and providing charging capacity.
Is the latter going to be substantially different than what we're doing now? I mean, there's been a plan to roll into EVs, so.
Yeah, I'd say thus far it's been done on a bit of an ad hoc basis over last year's budget season and what we're kind of going through now. And what we're trying to do is get a little more organized, really look at that as a 5-year or longer plan and get a better sense of the financial implications and other implications of that.
Okay, that was very helpful for you just to say citywide. So maybe if that makes it clear to other people, then we could just add that to your wording. That's all, thanks.
Councilman Vinker.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say that our climate protection ad hoc reviewed these objectives with Director Eggleston and others. And, you know, I don't have questions. I'm just going to make a comment that this is packed and there's still so much more we want to do. So it's really all about prioritizing the work. But there's a lot to be excited about in here. I mean, it's a pretty big year. We've got the smart meters we want to finalize. We've got the grid modification pilot. Sorry, it's late. The reliability resiliency study plan, the heat pump water heaters and whole home electrification. And then, of course, the one margin program that you've taken on, bicycle safety, grade separation, I mean, all of it in there. So, you know, conventional wisdom might tell us it's better to under promise and over deliver, but I don't think that's what we should be doing here. We need to keep being aggressive and innovative and set goals that are stretch goals that we reach to as a city. And I think that's what this is. And so I just want to commend and thank staff for the work that went into this.
Councilmember.
Thank you. So I concur that there really is a lot in this program. It points to a lot of cities set lofty goals, and then they really come to realize later just how complex it's going to be to get to those goals. We're further along on that path. After kind of leveling off after we set the goal and not making a great deal of progress. We really are doing a lot of progress right now. And I just want to commend where we are on that. And as this year, as these strategic plans come back to us, then that lays the groundwork for really the systematic approach. Did have a couple questions. One, on 21, we were talking about deploying 65,000 smart meters. Is that 65,000 electrical? And it says completion by the end of this year. I didn't realize we're on that fast of a track.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councilor Burt. Dean Batchelor, Utility Director. So that 65 actually represents all 3 utilities for all the residential customers. So we are at 35%. We've been tracking for the last 3 weeks that we're actually installing 1,000 meters a week. So we feel very confident that we'll have the residential area up and running with all electric, gas, and water.
That's great. And then the other thing connected with that I'd really like to see as part of that implementation is what is the data that we're going to use and for what purpose? And I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but I want us to be really clear that we're just not going to just install these, that we have well-defined outcomes from that, and that we vet that through our advisory groups who may have their own inputs on that. Okay, and then second, Brad won't be surprised by this, but under 30 on the EV replacement program for city fleet, the one thing that I'd like to see there explicitly added is a city e-bike fleet. It doesn't have to be massive, but it ought to be there. I've mentioned to several of you when we had our Dutch sister city over, I asked them whether they had an e-bike program in their city, because when I had visited, that's what we had used to get around. They said, for city employees. And they said, oh, no, you don't understand. As city employees, we have to make a special request to drive a city car as opposed to use an e-bike. And I said, well, what about in your winter? And they said, kind of looked at me blank face and said, well, we wear different clothing. And that shows the difference in programs. And I think there's a real value for our city employees also. They will see things that they wouldn't otherwise see from a vehicle. And those of us who ride a bike just know that that's the case. So there's dual values there. And then on parking policy, I'm glad to see that under the climate program, because cars driving around for a parking space really it has a needless contribution to GHGs. I'm aware now that there's at least one, well, there's really multiple ones, smart apps. So it's not just a question of going to parking garage and it telling you which spaces are open, but before you ever leave your home, you can look and it'll point to you the right location and even the spaces that are open. And so I'd really like us to embrace those smart programs. Under 37, the airport long-range plan, just want to make sure everybody has on the radar that in terms of paved area that is a candidate for solar programs, this is in all likelihood, our largest and greatest opportunity, and that there is a consortium of companies that are involved in full sustainability electrification of municipal airports, and they have identified our municipal airport for a variety of reasons as their top candidate for a really green airport going forward. And our staff's been meeting with them and it's really exciting. And then lastly, under natural environment, I'm trying to remember, do we have an upcoming update to the wildland protection plan? I thought that was on the agenda, but I didn't see it listed, and I may have confused the years.
I do not recall the specifics. So if staff is familiar with that, feel free to chime in. If not, we'll need to get back to you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you, Mayor Stone. Regarding Climate change, 37 about the airport long-range plan. Like to really see that, you know, in order to be green and to be addressing climate change, that the fuel tanks that are going to be going to all unleaded so that we fit into that SCAP and maintain our climate change and natural environment goals. The other part, what I didn't see in here is with more and more buildings coming forward, I don't see commercial dewatering requirements. And so I would really like to know why that was dropped as part of climate change, addressing dewatering, et cetera. Can you help me understand that?
Yes, let me ask Director Late to see if he has that information on the status, or actually our Public Works may know that as well, the status of commercial dewatering regulations.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Koo. Actually, to both your questions, you asked about unleaded fuel at the airport. And that's actually item number 94 here. It just happens to be under community health, safety, well-being, and belonging. Probably it could cross-reference and really be in either section.
Okay, I find it.
About the commercial building dewatering, we had some discussion when we were setting council priorities last year. That hasn't really changed in that several years ago, we set some much more stringent standards that encourage people to actually put in these cutoff walls that essentially block the flow of groundwater and really dramatically reduce the amount of groundwater that has to be pumped, or they have to go through some much more stringent requirements to justify not using that kind of system. And so what I was describing last year is that that's been pretty successful, and we really haven't had enough projects come through that process yet to evaluate and identify further whether we need further changes, essentially.
So what does it take in order to identify it then and to make it an ordinance?
It is an ordinance.
It is an ordinance.
It is
So
an
because
ordinance.
earlier you said encourage. So I was thinking that we're just encouraging
It's
them.
an ordinance that essentially provides two options. One is to install an engineered cutoff wall that blocks the flow of groundwater into the site. The other is to do some pretty significant studies and analysis and truly show you've done everything else to minimize and do a lot of expensive monitoring along the way.
Thank you.
So for the most part, we've been finding people have been choosing the first option.
And you consider residential commercial as commercial if they are
Multifamily residential, we would. And we have the same types of requirements for residential as well. It's just on a smaller scale.
Thank you. Do we have the tree canopy as part of our infrastructure as well? So would we like be adding new trees to Palo Alto as part of our infrastructure under climate change?
We don't have a council priority objective for that specifically, but we do have SCAP goals under the natural environment for a higher target of canopy coverage. And we have other goals in the budget and elsewhere about the number of and budgets for adding trees every year.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. My next one is on housing. I know that there was a colleague's memo on short-term rentals, and I was kind of wondering.
So Councilmember Koo, we're just going to focus on climate change and natural environment on this
Okay,
round.
so sorry.
No
Thank
worries.
you.
We'll come back to that. Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a question about which item covers the scooter share program that we approved unanimously, I guess about 4 years ago. But we talked about it, but still hasn't been accomplished.
Right, I believe it is not on the list, but let me ask Mr. Kami to comment on how that is addressed in our work plan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. Micromobility or scooter and bike share is included both as a component along with other SCAP projects that we currently have planned for a planner that we had attempted to hire to work on last year. So that is something that we were actually unsuccessful in hiring. And so we'll be going out again to try and hire for that position. So it is in our work plan. We are hoping to get started on it this year. I do want to also note that just to provide some context, that one of the larger providers of scooter and bike share in the country right now has recently gone bankrupt.
Okay, so the plan is still to try to do it this year?
I would say, I'm not sure that we're trying to hire for a position to work on it this year. So I'm not sure that it's going to be something that's going to be delivered in the year.
Okay, and which item did it cover, was that covered in?
But it's actually part of the SCAP. So it's a component of the SCAP.
Okay, I'm just worried after, it's been almost 4 years, so I'm just kind of worried that it will never happen. But okay, thank you for giving me an update, and hopefully it will happen. And then what's the plan for the Chaucer Bridge, trying to make it wider so that it doesn't clog up every year?
I believe we cover that under community health and safety, so that will be in an upcoming section.
Which number?
Well, it's a broader discussion of the San Francisco Creek, but let's see.
I think, City Manager,
Go ahead.
we actually do have the, under climate change adaptation, flood protection. That was kind of, we went back and forth about which section to include that in, but it is
Thank
under
you.
climate change.
Oh, sorry, which number?
Number 40.
Would be number 40. So that advocate for the San Francisco Creek reach to through council's JPA representation. And so as we've discussed, it's the San Francisco Creek JPA that's working directly on that Pope Chaucer Bridge project with involvement from city staff and our representative on the JPA.
Okay, well, I think we need to advocate for it and try to push it forward, because every year people live in fear of flooding. Yeah. So I think it's critical.
Well, I regret to have to add that because of the new hydrological information that came from the December 31st flood, the JPA is actually working right now on bringing a consultant to do kind of a reevaluation of the possibilities for those projects. So they're not even in a place currently of trying to push forward with that project. They're looking at alternatives and how it can fit in. So we're kind of even taking a step back really from being able to proceed with that.
Okay, is there anything the city could do to help?
The Newell Road Bridge project.
No, I'm talking about the Chaucer Bridge. Is there anything we could do to help accelerate that on our side?
I think our council participation in the JPA and staff's participation, we're working with them on this. They just had a meeting with technical staff last week on the different Reach 2 project alternatives and where they are in their RFP. And our team is participating in those meetings.
So is there anything else that we can do, or is it we're pretty much doing everything we can?
I believe that's what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
And see no other lights. Anyone like to make a motion to approve the 23 objectives in the climate change and natural environment section?
So moved.
Second.
Great, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, you can call the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I think that brings us now to our housing objectives, correct? Wonderful. And Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you. A couple of items here on item number 55. This whole notice of funding availability, NOFA. I think that it's time to kind of take a look at what that policy is. In other words, we should have it come back to policy and develop the right kind of criteria. It's funds to use in affordable housing. But my understanding is in the past, it's just been sort of, use my word, sort of dribbled out upon request. And that might be fine, but it feels like with all the things that we're trying to accomplish in affordable housing, number one, we need to add to that fund. But number two, we should be deciding what are the criteria, and maybe we should even be looking at quote reserves in that fund so that it doesn't go below something, so we can respond immediately to an emergency like Buena Vista, who suddenly needs 10 million and we don't have it. So I would like to suggest the wording there around NOVA just be to evaluate NOVA policy and consider criteria for funding.
Let me, if I could ask Director Late to comment.
Sure.
As the Housing Ad Hoc is aware, this has been an ongoing project out of our Planning Development Services Department. So it'd be helpful to perhaps get a quick update and see if that rewarding presents any issues.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, we have been working on preparing a notice of funding availability for release. But we do not have a lot of funds, and we do have a number of individuals or agencies that are seeking funds. So we do have a question of how do we distribute and support different groups with the limited resources that we have. So I do think the language is perfectly fine from my perspective, and that is something that we could explore and evaluate the policy and make changes. I'll maybe defer back to the city manager as to whether the housing ad hoc is the appropriate form. It would certainly work for me, but I know that we have descriptions on what the different ad hocs do.
Well, and ultimately, it does sound like a criteria discussion should be approved by the council. So we'll gear toward that.
Great, thank you.
And then you might want to stay up there.
Yeah, this whole category is basically John, so I think that'd be appropriate.
Right. And I've discussed this with Director Light before. The issue that we have to address, and we are going to now, is raising money for affordable housing. And so I think we should be specific about that, and just because we're already working on it, and you should get credit for working on it. But more importantly, we want that to be a strategic objective. And the suggestion I have for an ad there is to evaluate sources and methods for raising significant funding to support affordable housing.
Certainly, to your point, Vice Mayor, we know that this is ongoing work. So let me ask Director Late, any issues you see, and perhaps even description of how that would fit, or if we need more time to come up with an appropriate scope and have that report back to council, that would be fine as well.
Yeah, thank you. We actually, yes, we do have that as part of our work program. The housing ad hoc also has that as one of its charges to explore different options, and staff is working on a information to present to the mayor and vice mayor as representatives as that housing ad hoc. So that is all work that we're doing, and we can note it on this chart.
Yeah, we're supposed to see that in about 2 weeks. So I know you're working on it.
That's right.
And this says evaluate. This doesn't put a number in that you have to have, we have to have in the bank by December. But we absolutely have to get going on evaluating these sources and start to talk to the sources and start to develop potential programs that are appealing to them. So that would be my suggested ad there. And the last one I have on this is there's a number of items that are referred to as housing element implementation, which is 58 through 62. But I thought it was odd that 61 seems a bit repetitive after you talk about 3.4 and 6.5 and 3.9, then there's 61 says adopt ordinance implementing various housing element programs.
Yeah, I can speak to that. The so the other references are pretty specific as to the actions that are being taken, and you don't have this as part of your sort of placemat, but there's a whole list of other sort of one-off actions that we need to take to amend our local zoning to comply with state law.
Yeah, I know.
And so it's going to be like a omnibus of code changes that are wrapped up into one discrete effort. And that's what we're claiming on line 62.
So 61 really means adopt the rest of the housing element programs.
I'm sorry, yes, line 60. It's a discrete list of about a half dozen or more specific standards that we need to just tweak or modify in our code. Nothing that is particularly controversial, I don't believe, but more in compliance with some state law requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
So mine would be, we had a colleague's memo on short-term rentals. So I'd like to find out, if that could be added back onto this placemat. Is that what it's called? Objectives.
Yes, I think I should comment on that. This has certainly been an issue that has been rolled forward over the course of at least a couple of years at this point. I'm not sure who on staff is best positioned to be able to describe where we left the most recent iteration. Is it Mr. Late or perhaps Ms. Alamos?
With respect to
short-term rentals,
the task itself, I know there was the colleague's memo, and I could probably find some notes on it, but it is not identified on our current work plan as an assignment that we would take on in this objectives year. That would be a new body of work that we would need to account
allocate
for
resources for. And so in effect, I think what we're saying is that we can't fit it within our existing resources. So it would either be, well, effectively require removal of something else in order to prioritize that.
The only reason is because I read somewhere, now I don't know where, that it was going to be a consideration of the FY24 budget because there wasn't resources in the past. So it's, it's a colleague's memo, so I really have to kind of wonder if we're just kind of ignoring colleagues' memo now. But I would hope that my colleagues would consider putting that back on. My other question is on number 62. Can you remind me what Housing Element Program 3.9 is? Is that related to converting commercial floor area to residential?
Program 3.9?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a policy that reduces commercial floor area allowances or other commercial incentives at strategic locations to shift the economic incentive toward housing production and away from office.
Okay, so it is. Thank you. My last one is going to be about the Palo Alto Redwoods, the condo complex in South Palo Alto. Council had unanimously approved that we look into protections for residentially zoned properties throughout the city. and their attorney spoke to it about providing, they had a request to provide specific text amendments that they've also provided. So is that something that is also on the schedule?
So no, I'm recalling that council direction. It was in November 2023. And Christy Bascom was the representative for the Palo Alto Redwoods. That is a project, or at least it's presented as a property specific text amendment. And the city council did give direction to follow up on that. It's not something that is on the current list that's presented this evening. I did speak, or at least exchange emails with Ms. Bascom, and I believe she wrote a letter to the council when this started a couple weeks ago. This is a new body of work, and again, we would need to identify resources to take that on. We could do it. We just need to understand what adjusts in the recommendations that we have before the council.
Okay, so this would be another item that the council had voted on to proceed forward on examining it and to explore it. So I'd hope that council would consider putting it on the list or referring it to the Housing Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, like our climate program and that we last discussed, this is a full plate. We have, and many of these items are related to implementing the housing element. There's a lot of changes that we've already done, a lot more that we have to move quickly on. And basically we've stretched our staff resources and their ability to do that. And that includes something like the short-term rentals, which actually liberates housing supply for long-term renters. And the fact is that all of the initiatives that are required to meet the housing element mean that we can't do as many things this year as we really think we want to do and would be beneficial. So I want to just affirm that that's something I really hope we'll have on the calendar year 25 agenda, so that we make sure that we recognize things that we just couldn't do this year, don't fall off the map. And then I did want to just commend again item 52, which is by this fall to approve the consultant contract for a specific plan for the San Antonio corridor, following up on our earlier discussion. And then I wanted to then focus on items 65 and 66. A few weeks ago, we saw an update that staff was saying that we would not be doing I think it was described as a strategic plan on our unhoused community, in large part because the county is really the lead agency on that. But then staff has come forward with what seems like an appropriate proposal for a gap analysis on housing and services for the unhoused. But I see that down as Q4. And I'm concerned that rather than getting the strategic plan earlier this year, like we were hoping to get, we're getting the gap analysis, which is less of a plan, but probably meets our needs, not until Q4. And I certainly would like to see an update on that before the end of the year. And then 65 is initiating research to understand Palo Alto unhoused population and explore feasibility of expanding safe parking. So is that only related to vehicle dwellers and the need for safe parking? Because it sounds broader than that. The research to understand the unhoused population sounds like close to what we were looking for in that strategic plan. So can staff provide some clarification on both those questions?
Absolutely. I'm happy to provide that. Melissa McDonough, Assistant to the City Manager. And I think this may be just needing some clarity overall. So the original proposal or objective from last year was talking about a strategy to better connect the unhoused with housing. And maybe strategy was a poor term. There were a lot of things we did last year to connect the unhoused to housing, but there are a lot of things that are already within the county strategic plan that we were partners with developing. Now, in terms of the gap analysis, this is the idea that it would help us, since we are new to this work as a city, we are new to having an assistant focused on this work. A good idea of what we're doing, what the county is doing, and what we could be doing better that is within our span of control. That's the gap analysis. In terms of the Ging Road, number 66, that came out of council direction from the safe parking permanent ordinance conversation in December. And so there were two pieces to that came out of that direction that are going to take some substantial legwork from staff. And that's both looking at the question of expanding safe parking at Ging Road. And then council really had an interest during that conversation of understanding our unhoused population. Yes, our unhoused population in vehicles, but it was my recollection that the interest was broader than that in understanding our homeless population.
So just to wrap up then, I really do think that it comes back to, we need a more comprehensive and strategic understanding of this. And that would include the roles of the county, which may be greater than the roles that we play, but that can be in our strategic plan so that we look at this comprehensively. And so the more I hear that, the more I really want to see not only the gap analysis, but then the clear summary of the county initiatives so that we see ourselves what the county's doing and what gaps there are, and not just the outcome. And then on 66, then maybe it's just truncated for the purposes of this summary, but it's really saying two things as I understand it. We are going to look at understanding our unhoused population, which would go into the strategic plan, right? What are the existing conditions and needs, which are the gap part. And then the second part on expanding the essentially safe dwelling for vehicle dwellers at Ging and elsewhere. And then I'm really interested in one other element to that, which is it's not so much the unhoused, it's our affordable housing. We have either the highest or the second highest proportion of deed restricted affordable housing of any city in the county. It's underappreciated. We don't talk about it enough in our community, and we don't talk about it with other communities who we've received criticism from. But one of the things that we really don't have a good grasp on is how well our affordable housing providers are performing their services. And for the most part, I think it's they're performing well. We've been hearing complaints for a couple of years about Mayfield Place. And frankly, I don't know the reality, but I would like our office to also have a role in reviewing any performance issues with affordable housing providers. And that means if we hear complaints, we try to understand what they're about. Are they legitimate or are they not? But when we set up affordable housing, we shouldn't just walk away from it once it's provided in the community. We have some degree of ongoing relationship with those providers. It doesn't mean we have to wet nurse them and be all over them, but we do need to understand if there's a problem. So, all right, thanks. So I'm going to be interested in adding that.
Okay. Seeing no other lights. Director Late, if you don't know this, that's fine. Maybe you could get back to us at some point. I'm just curious do you know how much the city has spent in both time and resources on getting this housing element certified?
No,
Okay, I would imagine a lot.
more than I would like to acknowledge.
I would imagine, which is, I think, a point that Councilmember Burt raised, and that it's kind of the irony of this whole situation, the amount of resources and time that we are putting in getting this document approved, what that could mean, and as far as actually promoting some of these housing policies like short-term rentals and others that could actually be actually putting people into homes, which is our ultimate goal, but we can't resolve that tonight. So, Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Sorry, I didn't ring in earlier. I want to join Councilmember Koo in asking that we do try to figure out how to get Palo Alto Redwood sorted out. I see it, the way I understand it is, it's a bit of an error. It was zoned commercial. It's this residential situation. I don't know if it's condos or apartments, but it's a whole community. And they're simply asking to have the protections that a residential community would have from what their neighbors might be doing, which would be permitted if they were commercial. So I don't know more about it than that, but it does feel like, sometimes we discover these sort of errors, not of our making, like on Ellsworth, where like, if only we had fixed this earlier, so I don't know, it feels to me to be something, I have no idea how big it is. And I know you have a tremendous number of things to do. I just wanted to advocate for us to try to sort that out. What I really want to say is, I hope you, Director Late, and your entire team are experiencing pride and joy for all the tremendous work you are doing on behalf of the residents and property owners of this city. The number of things on your full plate, as Councilmember Burt put it, is astonishing. You are doing so much. We know you are under-resourced. We know it's a myriad of things. And I just want you to know, from the housing element to the various plans to coordinate San Antonio, El Camino focus area, downtown, to the safe parking, to Project Home Key, to SB 9 protections, to renter protections, and so much more. You are doing a Herculean task, and so is your entire team. And often we're up here saying what we wish you would do differently or faster, but I just want to let this night not go by without expressing tremendous gratitude. Thank you.
Councilor Tanaka.
So tonight we heard during public comment about, I guess it's Living Wisdom, is that the name of the school? Okay, Living Wisdom High School at Coverly. And I don't know if that's covered in here, but to me, it seems like if we have space available, why not rent it out to that school and allow them to carry out their mission? I don't know if someone on staff can respond to that.
I would stop at your initial comment that it's not a part of the priorities discussion. At this point, that's
Well, I
an
guess my point
operational
is,
issue.
can this be part of our priorities? Because I think they had a good point. And why not have this as a priority for us? And just, we could maybe get more rent, perhaps even.
Well, I would reflect on the priorities you set, and this being a opportunity to drill down on those priorities. So certainly this is not fitting within the housing category. I think
Is
you
it the
could
next
bring
one?
it up under the community health
Okay, I'll bring it up next time.
safety.
Okay, seeing no other lights, any motions for this item? Great. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, so I'd move acceptance of the housing for social economic balance with the following additions or corrections. And with respect to the NOFA, the NOFA, just reword that as conduct a policy review with criteria for NOFA. And the second one, as I mentioned before, my comments was, so that first one was just a correction of existing, and this would be an addition. Evaluate sources and methods for raising significant funding to support affordable housing.
Madam Clerk, could you shift the view so we can see the proposed motion, please?
Yep, that's close enough.
All right, any second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councilmember Ku, second. Vice Mayor Larry?
I've already spoken to this, and one is just a revision and the other one is in process. So I think it's kind of vanilla relative to what we're actually doing, and Director Late should be getting credit for. How we squeeze on more to this list, which is a full plate, I don't know.
Councilmember Ku?
I don't have anything to say, but I'd like to make an friendly amendment or addition. Okay, I'd like to add to the list that the Palo Alto Redwoods, that's, let me see here, to explore the amendment from the proposal of the Palo Alto Redwoods HOA for zoning code text changes.
I personally agree that we should do this, and it's fair, but we've just heard the director state that his judgment is it just can't fit in this year, and we just can't do everything. So, I mean, I think it could be on a back burner and look at what might be able to be squeezed in, but I'm hesitant to add it to an objectives list.
Add it to the what list?
I'm hesitant to add it to the 75 objectives as an essential objective.
Well, my only concern, okay, so you're saying you're declining. then.
Yeah, I don't think we should, I'd like to, but I don't think we should have that as an amendment.
Well, I was kind of hoping that it could just get on the list and not be so much that we'll do it, because a lot of this also came from previous years that was rolled over into 2024. So it can keep on rolling over into 2025, but it gets on the list so it's not forgotten, including short-term rentals. That was my next one. But
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, just to try and help on that, tonight we really are only acting on the 2024 list, but I think what we're seeing is that we want to make sure some things that we want to see on the 2025 list are delineated on a follow-up list. And I think both the Redwoods project and the short-term rentals are two in this section that we've identified. And so question of staff, can we get that codified that, so that they don't slip away? They're right present at the beginning of next year's list.
Yes, we will figure out how to do that in a way that keeps it on the plate and on the table.
Okay. And then, I don't know if it's related to that. My request that our assistant to the city manager's office on housing issues include reviewing any performance complaints, or that we have some mechanism to review performance complaints on existing affordable housing projects.
I would share with you, and thank you for raising that issue. It is, in fact, an issue of ongoing discussion among staff as to how we can do that. Quite frankly, I think the way it's currently handled is through our Office of Human Services and Community Services Department. And they often both triage and refer to mediation, those issues. As we look at scaling up the below market residential units around town, the city's role in oversight, and oversight may not be the best term so much as intervention or involvement, basically on in the broadest sense, landlord-tenant issues is a big question. So I think we will bring forward as a part of your upcoming budget process some thoughts on how to address that issue without a specific recommendation at this point, because again, this could be potentially a very significant resource allocation.
I'm good with that. We really don't know the scope, even the kind of the parameters of the scope of the problem. How big of a problem is this? And on the Mayfield Place, I'll just note that that was a Stanford-led project as part of the Mayfield agreement. And there's a question of whether Stanford has any responsibility on the performance there. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, thank you. That I'm good with that answer.
Councilmember Tu?
Yeah, just a question. So on the same point, so we have, so related is actually Stanford's for Mayfield Place, but we have contracts of our own for cities below market rate, right?
Yes, with Alta Housing.
Right. So how do we oversee those complaints? If any, how do we oversee those?
Let me ask Director Late to comment on the at least a couple of touch points that we have. Why don't you go ahead and I'll expand.
Great, thank you. Yes, we do have contracts with Alta Housing, and from time to time, we will get a complaint. When that happens, we reach out to Alta Housing. We have a conversation to understand more about, to share what we're hearing and understand more about the conditions or the complaint that's being made. I will say we've been a little bit hampered with our efforts in this regard because we lost our housing planner to another city several months ago. The good news is we have recruited for and we are bringing somebody on board, I think in the next week. So we'll be able to shore up our local support for the BMR program and be able to respond to those complaints more effectively.
I would also add that in addition to the planner involvement in reviewing the circumstances, both with, in that case, Alta and the resident or prospective resident, under other circumstances, we have had code enforcement go visit units where there have been issues of concern raised with the condition of units. So that's another dimension of the city's involvement that I would note, in addition, again, to the services provided through our Community Services Department, Office of Human Services. So there are a variety, again, largely focused on mediation where that might be necessary. So we do have a number of departments that are involved. And again, the issue that we'll want to discuss with the council more broadly is how organizationally do we handle this if there is a prospect not only of increasing our inventory of below market, but on topics such as the rental registry, the potential for more direct involvement between the city and both landlords and tenants.
And this kind of shows that there is, I guess there is a boundary or a fine line when we're dealing with properties that we have a contract with. And then there are those that are with other private entities. So, so that's how much we can kind of have control over and have oversight over some of the contracts that we have. With the Matadero Creek affordable housing, the one that was, I think I got the name right, the Sobrado develop, is that Matadero Creek? Is that what it's called now?
Yeah.
Or a temporary name?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. That's how we're referencing it.
That's going to be a contract through the city, right? To the, for whoever oversees the affordable housing there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's yet to be determined how that gets developed, but I could imagine that being a scenario where the city would engage Alta Housing or some agency to oversee that
But the
program.
city would have oversight.
The city would probably contract that oversight out as we do with other BMR units that we have.
Okay.
But we would still have oversight over that contract and terms and conditions to meet, the vendor would need to meet as we do now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Madam Clerk, on point one, I think you just need to say revise NOFA, just drop the to reword. And that's all.
Great, thank you. We're ready for the vote.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to our last one, community health, safety, wellness, and belonging.
Mayor?
Let's continue.
Question?
Yeah.
Point of order. So based on our rules, we should be doing a time check. One thing is, do we still have AA2 that we're intending to proceed on, or if not?
I
Should
think
we be
we'll likely
clear
have to
that
continue that at this time.
we're going to discontinue it?
I think so.
Have we announced that?
Sorry?
Did I miss that earlier, or we just?
No, we haven't
announcing
announced it.
now?
We were going to see where we were at, but given that it is past 10:30 and we're still not done with AA1, I
Okay,
assume we'll
so
be
that's part of my
continuing
point.
AA2.
Yeah. And then I guess by policy, we need to make sure that we're buying into that we're going to start our closed sessions after this item ends,
Yep,
which will be late.
if everyone's fine with that. Okay. Let's see if we can get through this last item here quickly. All right, back to the
Mayor,
dais. Come,
We still have referrals after this one, right? To the Finance Committee and to the Policy and Services?
Yes, you do have the standing committee work plans to discuss, and I would suggest their staff, we're just conferring that we bring those two back. The standing committee work plans, so that you don't need to tackle that tonight.
Great.
We have people on Zoom that is waiting to speak on some of those, so maybe we want to release them.
Sorry, we closed public comment on AA1 back
Oh.
on March 4th.
I'm sorry, they weren't waiting to speak. They wanted to be around to answer questions should you have any, should council members have any. So we might want to just tell them on the work plans that we will not go through it today.
Yep, we will not be getting to the work plans tonight. So if you are hanging around for that, sorry, but we will have it re-agendized for a future date.
Thank you.
And if we have to come back and finish that, if no one feels that the last item is incredibly timely and we can push that off, I'm fine pushing that off as well. And I'm seeing some more happy nods. So, City Manager?
It's only half jokingly, except from staff. We're really hoping we were going to get our objectives complete tonight, but understanding the interests of the council, we will re-agendize it for an upcoming meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'd rather have a more robust conversation with people a little fresher on that. All right, then we'll continue that to a date uncertain. The rest of item AA1. Then we will move to, and we will be continuing AA2 to a date uncertain. And that brings us to our closed session.
Can I just ask procedurally when we might do that? Because as we discussed in the pre-meeting today, we're looking at an April meeting because we're pushing items out. So now we've pushed out 2 items, one of which has been pushed, both of which have been pushed out twice already. So the obvious first question is, do we want to have a short meeting next Monday to knock those 2 things out and get caught up?
I think the primary driver on that question or to answer that question will be council availability. I believe for staff, we can certainly accommodate that. And again, just to be clear, I think we're looking at the, is it 25th? The March 25th, and in order to continue this meeting and finish the business at hand. City Clerk, I don't want to speak for you, so we're good from staff perspective.
Okay, so you're going to circle with council to poll for that. Are we doing now?
If you're prepared to have that, it would certainly give us and the public clarity as to whether we'll have a meeting next Monday.
Okay. Is anyone not able to make that? Next Monday, March 25th? I know we're all thrilled to have another meeting.
And it shouldn't be such a late meeting, just the one item.
Yeah, okay.
If we could do 6:30, that would be good for me. I have an 8 o'clock conflict, but if we start at 5:30, I'll bet we'll be done.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it makes sense to start at our normal time. So we'll start at 5:30 next Monday, March 25th. Yay. And
two items.
Two items.
Correct. Yes. AA1 and AA2.
Correct. All right. Moving on to now our closed session. We have AA3, conference with city attorney, existing litigation regarding Hamilton and High, the Keenan Family Trust et al. Versus City of Palo Alto. And then item 3, conference with real property negotiators concerning 4,000 Middlefield Road, also informally known as the cover lease site. We'll take any public comment on both of those items. We'll limit it to 2 minutes apiece.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
You know, I think that we have way too many closed sessions where the public's cut out on important items. I see we're going to be dealing with the Coverly issue. That particular issue has drawn like way large amounts of public interest, and now you close it off to the public. I just think it's a huge disservice. I think that you know, I don't know if this is driven by Ed Chicada. It wouldn't surprise me, you know, that we have these excessive amounts of closed sessions because, as I say, I've nicknamed him Ed No Transparency Chicada. And we've got some other nicknames like Boondoggle, but in all seriousness, how do you run a public entity, a city council like this, like going into closed session, and then you come out of these things with saying no notice to the public? It's really a disservice. I'd like the city attorney, in all seriousness, to look at the issue of whether across.
Mr. James,
Yes,
you should be speaking to either AA3 or number 3 if you want to speak against closed sessions.
Well, I'm talking about
public comment.
I appreciate that, but I'm actually speaking to both, but particularly the Coverly issue, right, that I addressed. You've been listening to me. I don't think these kinds of critical issues where there's been so much public input should all of a sudden be put into closed sessions. Now, again, I said, I don't know whether you're driving it as the mayor or in conjunction or collaboration with the city manager, but it's shameful. We need to have the public involved in these things and stop closing them off to public input. It's just not fair. It's not appropriate. And I'm asking you to look at ending these closed sessions as much as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. Second.
Great, thank you. Moved by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Vinker.
All right, taking the vote to go into closed session. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Great, we're coming back from closed session. We're not being broadcast. We have to wait for that. Oh, okay, thank you. And we're back from closed session, no reportable action, and we are adjourned. Thank you.